Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission public hearing and public meeting of March 24th, 2026. We are resuming with public hearing item number 2, and I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ginsburg. Starting with public hearing item number 2, that's LPC 26-06268. This is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 188, Lot 9, 385 Greenwich Street in the Tribeca West Historic District. This is a building originally built in 1805 to 08 and altered in 1874 by Peter L.P. Tosteven, and a converted dwelling built circa 1815 and altered in 1949 by John A. Newble. The application is to alter the facades, construct a rooftop addition, replace storefronts, remove a party wall, and combine the buildings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg from Higgins, Quays, Barth & Partners, serving as preservation consultants on the project. I'm going to introduce our project team. Jordan Rogov, the design architect. Jordan and I are going to make the presentation, but we have other team members here who will be available for questions and discussion. Mary Kay Judy, our architectural conservator who's working on the project. Doug Roy of GZA, providing geotechnical services. And via Zoom, we have Nat Tochi, who's a structural engineer. So as I said, Jordan and I will make the presentation, and we're all available for questions. Let me go back one slide. The project we're presenting today involves an extensive restoration, rehabilitation of this residential building for continued residential use with commercial uses on the ground floor. And the building is actually comprised of two parts, two buildings. In fact, 385 Greenwich Street on the corner and 71 North Moore Street here down North Moore. This is on the northeast corner of North Moore Street. 385 Greenwich, originally built as a two and a half story residential structure in the beginning of the 19th century and enlarged in the 1870s with modifications through the end of the 19th century and into the 20th. And 71 North Moore, also built early in the 19th century with modifications through the 20th century. The site on this corner, it's surrounded by a much larger complex of warehouse buildings that went through an extensive restoration themselves, and under commission approval saw a 2- and 3-story addition that you can see pieces of here surrounding the site. The buildings at 385 and 71 North Moore, in their context and condition, we think present some interesting opportunities for the team, both opportunities for restoration, but also for creative and appropriate expansion. And in studying the site and the historic district, this is in the Tribeca West Historic District, there's some interesting themes that come about. One in particular is this idea of transformations. And I think beginning, particularly in the 19th century, transformations of the two buildings themselves, growing from 2 stories to 4 stories, going from a single family to a tenement, changes at the ground floor for storefronts. And then in the second half of the 19th century, transformations to the neighborhood. A neighborhood that was originally low-scale residential, transformed into a warehouse district with railroad infrastructure, both elevated rail lines, but also freight lines. And then the second half of the 20th century, another sort of period of transformation, particularly just west of this project, on the west side of Greenwich Street, with the construction of Independence Plaza and the Shearson Lehman Tower directly across Greenwich Street. And then finally, this sort of period that we are in now, this period of transformation and change under commission regulation as the district has continued to evolve since designation in the early 1990s. Another view now that looking down Greenwich Street, so the project site here, the building coated in stucco, you can always find it, this very light colored coating. And then this building, this collection of warehouses to the north. Again, this is this project that was reviewed by the commission in the late 1990s, extensive restoration, and then approval of what is basically like a small village up on the top of these buildings, 2- and 3-story additions. This is a view looking west on North Moore Street. 71 North Moore is here, the 3-story structure, and then 385 Greenwich Street. On the left is the Tribeca Hotel that was approved by the commission directly across the street in the early 2000s. And then on the opposite side Washington Street, Greenwich Street is Independence Plaza here on the southwest corner. And then what is now the Citibank Tower was Shearson Lehman, constructed in the late 1980s. So the context, we think, is quite relevant in this project. All of these very enormous towers here on the west side of the avenue or street, just outside the district boundary, and then the project site here highlighted in the map right on the western edge of the district. And then an aerial view, again, for context, the circle obviously represents the site, Independence Plaza here, the Shearson Tower here, these deep plazas all along the west side of Greenwich, and then St. John's Rotary, the exit from the Holland Tunnel, and then the central portion of the Tribeca West Historic District here. Turning to the building itself, in looking closely at the building, there are really sort of fragments of historic fabric that remain. So on the photo on the right, this 40-foot stretch of cornice remains from the enlargement of the building to a four-story tenement, this Italianate cornice. There's a corner cast iron column and then a brownstone lintel right behind this awning. Those are really the only exposed historic fabric that remain visible as one looks at these buildings. Here on the left, the Greenwich Street elevation. If you look closely, there are cracks throughout the stucco, and those are visible as well on the North Moor elevation. And then the North Moor wing, 71 North Moor, this sort of infill at the top of this three-story extension, which was built when the building on the corner was enlarged, and then the North Moor piece to the right. A few details, again, the upper portions on Greenwich Street, you can see some of the radiating cracks running across this line of the headers of the windows, and then details of the cornice at the top of the building on North Moor. Some details here, this later fire escape that was added, and then details here. This return here represents the divide between the three-story extension off the back of 385 and then the upper portions of 71 North Moor. And this, you can see, was historically brick coated in stucco in the late 20th century. The ground floor, largely new material. All of this ground floor infill dates to the 20-teens under a commission approval for new ground floor infill from 2016. The brick piers, the infill. This is this brownstone lintel I mentioned that the lighting and conduit are attached to. And then coming around, there's a corner column which was repositioned and reset as part of that reconstruction of the ground floor. There are some peculiar conditions that exist here at the ground floor. These brick piers that you see here and here are actually outboard of the front facade of the building, sort of an unusual condition. And as part of the scope of work, we're proposing new storefront infill that recalls the historic infill that was inserted at the end of the 19th century. And then this stone lintel here that historically would have been covered by the storefront cornice. Coming around onto the North Moor side, you just get a sense of the varying generations of brick infill across the base of the building. And then turning down to the base of the 71 North Moor piece. This building, which was built as a residence, was converted to, in the 20th century, to converted to industrial use, became a coffee roasting plant. The interior structure was reframed in steel, and the upper portions of the building were coated in stucco. At the outset of the project, our goal really has been, admittedly optimistic, but has been to restore the brick facade underneath the stucco. And we have carried out a series of probes. We were able to meet on site with the staff last week before, to look at that. And we have photographs of 3 different probes, 2 that were done at 385 here, and then one that was done at 71 North Moor. And there's some good news that comes out of these probes. One is that it appears that we will be able to get the stucco off the brick with little damage to the underlying brick. We expect there will be some brick replacement, and this is just stucco removal. This is not cleaning and pointing, but we expect that we'll actually be able to expose and retain much of that underlying brick. The other thing that came out of the effort here is an understanding of the thickness of these walls. These are 3 and 4 wide thick walls, which was a relief. These are not too wide thick walls, so we feel like there's a good solidity to these facades that will be preserved. And of course, through the project, we will work closely with the staff on sampling and looking at appropriate cleaning, pointing, and patching. I'll also just point out, for instance, in this photograph here, you can just see sort of the corner of a brownstone lintel. We'll be able to match to that once more of that is exposed, and we'll work closely with the staff on the sampling for that entire restoration process. In terms of the feasibility of doing this, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This is a building actually just a few blocks to the south of the project site. On the left is a photo from 2017 and a current photo on the right, just illustrating how in this instance also the stucco could be removed and the underlying brick exposed with a certain amount of replacement brick, but this is feasible, and through the probes that we've done at 385, we are confident that we can get the stucco off. We also wanted to include photos of a few other buildings that are called out as federal style, similar to the style designation of 385 and 71 North Moore. These are 3 other buildings also on Greenwich Street. The middle and the right, I think, more clearly illustrate kind of the federal era and the expansion where you have Flemish bond on the base of the buildings and then a running bond on the upper floor and common bond on the upper floors. We think, given the condition of 385 Greenwich and the coating and the changes that have occurred over time, there's an opportunity for something different perhaps on that project site. So a little bit just on the context of the neighborhood, because I think it's important to understand how this district has changed so significantly from the 19th century into the 20th. This is a map from the 1860s, and the project site is highlighted here in red, and then a blow up here. And you can see at this time in the 1860s, there's 3-story structure or 2-story structure on the corner, and then 71 North Moore constructed. I'll just sort of draw your attention here, which this central square, which seems like it might be a park rendered in green, but actually says Depot Hudson River Railroad. And this is really an indication of this sort of transformation that occurred in the neighborhood with the construction of a massive freight terminal right in the middle of what had been a park. So on the left is that square in the 1850s, St. John's Park, with St. John's Chapel here on the east side. And in the 1860s, the park was purchased by Cornelius Vanderbilt, and he built this enormous freight terminal right in the park. And that's right now where St. John's Rotary is. And so what you had in the first half of the 19th century was a neighborhood, think about maybe a square like Washington Square with small-scale row houses lining it. That transformation occurred and moved, the whole neighborhood shifted to warehouses when the freight terminal came in. So where you had this sort of idyllic park scene, you had trains running down Hudson Street, and that happened in the back half of the 19th century, and that really changed the complexion of the neighborhood completely. And I think this series of maps here illustrates that progression just within our block. So the project site is highlighted in red in the 1850s, the sort of small-scale row houses, and then by the 1880s, larger scale buildings. This millstone yard directly to the north, and then the 4- and 3-story buildings as it exists today. And then by the 1930s, much larger scale warehouse buildings surrounding the project site. We put this graphic together to really illustrate, again, that sort of transformation of the building itself. So originally, 385 was this 2.5-story federal style building here. In the 1870s, it grew by 2 stories with a cornice and a 3-story extension. This is the building at 71 was probably built at 3 stories, perhaps 2. On the ground floor, storefronts were added in the 1890s and then changed in 2016, 2020. So this diagram really is indicated is included to indicate the degree of change that has occurred at the 2 properties. In addition to the warehousing and the railroad infrastructure for freight, pedestrian and sort of elevated rail lines also have shaped this part of the district and this part of the neighborhood. The city's first elevated photograph of Charles Harvey on his elevated rail line in the 1860s on Greenwich Street to the south of the project site, and then what the elevated train looked like once it had been constructed in the 1870s, this sort of lacy structure set right onto the sidewalk on the east side of Greenwich Street. And then this photo from the 1890s from King's Handbook, again, showing the elevated running directly in front of 385 Greenwich Street and the two warehouse buildings to the north. Tax photos of our site here. By the 1940s, the street facades had been painted, and you can see, obviously, the cornice, this section which remains, the elevated line running just in front of the windows on the second floor, and then this open corner storefront, which, according to the designation report, was constructed in the 1890s with this corner column, large glazed windows along Greenwich Street, and punched openings here on North Moore. And then the image on the right, just a piece of the 71 North Moore, this cornice here, and the multi-light windows. And these photographs are really serving as the basis for a lot of the restoration work we're doing in terms of reconstructing cornices and other features across the base of the building. Photos from the designation collection from the early 1990s, illustrating the condition of the building then. In the late 1990s, when little had changed to the site, but again, the facade had been coated in stucco. The cornice at 71 North Moore had been stripped, and changes across the ground floor. And then finally, before Jordan picks up on the design presentation, we just wanted to include a handful of images of commission-approved additions within the district. And I think it's important to note that sort of under commission review, under LPC's regulation, this district continues to evolve and transform. And since the early 1990s, the commission has approved large-scale visible additions in this district. And even on lower, smaller scale buildings like 50 Hudson, which is a three-story structure, as well as these larger warehouse buildings. This spans from the 1990s through 2020, and provides sort of a good illustration of the changes that have occurred and been approved. And I think these three approvals, interesting to note that the commissioner in each of these sort of found, in the case of 50 Hudson Street, that within the context of larger buildings, a three-story addition, two-story glass contemporary addition could be appropriate. In the case of the Beach Street, Greenwich and Beach Street project, that in the context of extensive restoration and thoughtful design, a large-scale visible addition could be appropriate. And I think in all of these, the commission has also acknowledged that distinguished contemporary design does have a place in this district, and that we see our project in this context, and we see its appropriateness in this context as well. Jordan?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jordan Rogoff, partner at DXA Studio. We are really excited by this project because we see the story of these two joined buildings, 385 Greenwich and 71 North Moore, as kind of a microcosm for the district in that history of transformation. Over a 231-year period, this building has appreciably had four really distinctly different transformations occur, starting with a single-family federal-era house, then a second house being built at 71 North Moore, then converting into tenements with commercial, and those commercial applications were anywhere from shoe stores, a jewelry shop, as Cass mentioned, a coffee roastery, and then for the better part of the last 100 years or so, since 1920, it served as a restaurant, the 385 portion. So we see this project as an opportunity to kind of peel back the layers and tell the story of this building and the district at large. In doing so, Cass used the word in a lot of our early meetings of stratigraphy, where we're able to kind of extract the strata of that history. And so starting at the storefront, the ground floor, the most available information we had really through the designation report and photography of the district and a number of projects, probably most notably at 16 North Moore, Walker's Restaurant and Bar, that restoration, that we went back to that late 1800s period where the transformation from purely residential to commercial occurred with projected storefronts, keeping the cast iron column on the corner, returning back to the cutaway corner, and replacing a cornice that's been lost to time. For the body of the building, dialing that back to the federal era and the 6/6 windows, and removing about 60 years of stucco application to the face to reveal the masonry. There's an Italianate cornice, of which only half remains. We'd like to restore that. And then with the rooftop addition that we're proposing, we think that a single-story addition to 385 building, which then extends back to 2 stories on the 71 North Moore, is definitely appropriate, especially given our relationship to this Fisher Mills building, which is 175 feet long, with 3 additional stories added to it in the late 1990s. The design for that rooftop addition is really kind of intentionally expressing a lightness and referencing this history of steel construction, both on the storefronts of a number of the buildings throughout Tribeca, but also this history being Tribeca being a portal or a connection to world markets in its heyday throughout the 1800s. So there's a connection to that, as well as compositionally to the underlying building. I don't know why this is not changing for me. It seems to be frozen. This is it at night. So, yeah. You guys have IT. I guess in the meantime, we have some study models up front, both of the entirety of the building and then the detailing of the rooftop addition, as long as material samples, but I'll walk through if we get this back up. Yeah, we have people, I think, watching it at the studio. You want to give them a call? Sure, yeah. Was the presentation too big? It took down your machine? Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, give us a moment. You want to talk? Go ahead, Paul. Okay, terrific.
Just note for those following on Zoom or on YouTube, we're having some technical difficulties, so we'll pause for hopefully just a couple minutes while we figure that out.
Oh, I could call. Do you think did you get the presentation? comfortable for you? I'll just keep shouting next. All right. Okay. Yeah, see what you can do. Okay. Lester passed from my office. He's not signed on yet. He's going to sign on. Oh, we have it. Not April 1st, is it? This elaborate joke. Okay.
Go.
Got it. All right. Well, we have Lester on standby if this falls apart. Let's see. Okay. All right. So this is the south elevation of 385 and 71 North Moore here with the rooftop addition. So the rooftop addition compositionally really reflects the order of the federal era composition of the underlying buildings. So you'll see like an effort to try to establish the independence of the 71 North Moore with the construction of the elevation, and then above the North Moore Street side of 385, we've kind of extended those bays because those side elevations tended to be a little bit more erratic, less organized compositionally, especially at the storefront level. That over the history of this building, kind of different punched openings emerged at different times for different applications, and then back to the primary Greenwich elevation, that composition remains symmetrical up at the top of the rooftop addition. Elevations are always quite different than how we actually experience these buildings. So through the mock-ups and visibility studies, we'll show that the landing area for the stair and the elevator that go up to the roof level are really set back as far kind of northeast on the lot as possible to remain not visible from most vantage points and then minimally visible from across the street. So we'll get into that with visibility studies. Another thing to discuss is that throughout all of the kind of historical information that we had on the building, that this area between 385 and 71 North Moore appears at kind of a different elevation in just about every era of the building. Our preference is to kind of bring that down and be able to see the thickness of the wall and the masonry returns for both each individual building, which you can really see a lot better from this vantage point here. You're able to see right in here about 2 feet of depth on the masonry return to again try to establish the independence of the two individual buildings. Another feature here to share is that with this cutaway corner that was installed in the late 1800s, we're trying to kind of echo that with this projection of the rooftop addition here. So you're kind of bracketing the federal era portion or body of the building. This is a detail rendering of the storefront. One thing to bring your attention to is that historically there's about an 8.5-inch step at the ground floor. Given the extensive work that we're doing to the building, we'd like to make this accessible and actually drop the ground floor plane to be co-planar with the sidewalk. And regarding the rest of the articulation, going back to the designation report and several examples that we discovered in our research, these projected storefronts grouped together on Greenwich and then kind of distributed in 2 separate punched locations through masonry on the ground floor. The masonry on the ground floor we're proposing is new brick, since there's about 6 different types of brick from different periods It's a little bit of a mess down there, so we're trying to clean that up and restore the features from that late 1800s period. Also, while we're here, to just point out that in removing the stucco, we'll be able to expose the existing lintels and projected sills and restore those back to kind of a brownstone finish. Another view of the Greenwich Street looking straight on. Here I want to bring up what we're proposing bringing back the bracket corner sign that was present for an extended period, I think late 1800s. It became a pizza sign, but we're not asking for that. We're going back a little bit further in time. Now turning to the basic program of this project is a multifamily. So we have 2 family residences up above, and ground floor will remain retail. That retail commercial area, again, that's been a restaurant for a little over 100 years. That remains in the 385 portion of ground floor. And then the ground floor portion of 71 North Moore becomes the primary entry to both residential units. On the left is an entry kind of directly into what is a second floor 3-bedroom, and we'll show the plans momentarily. And in the center is a kind of small vestibule with a gated entry for the triplex that exists above on floors 3, 4, and then the proposed 5th floor. We liked trying to echo the large cut made to the facade here when the building was a coffee roastery. So keeping that kind of large centered cut through the masonry at the base, but kind of translating that into a more residential experience, less industrial. So comparative elevations here on the left as the building exists now, on the right with our proposal. Again, probably the most prominent feature here is the 6/6 double hung in the body of the building, and the rooftop addition, which again is a single story and nestled into the Fisher Mills building. And in the background there, the previously approved vertical enlargement of that building. And again, elevations are sometimes a little misleading. So the visibility study, you'll see just how kind of minimal we've tried to make the bulkhead that supports the elevator and the stair. Okay, so the section on the left is a 3D scan of the current state of the building. And you'll see that those 4 major renovation campaigns through the years have left a series of floors that are not in alignment. They actually have a number of steps in there and in ceiling areas that are less than 8 feet in the middle of the building on some of the floors. Our goal here is to do new floor plates throughout, just 8-inch concrete floor plates. And down below, the Fisher Mills building already has quite a substantial foundation. So we're looking to take what is about a 6-foot clear or 7-foot floor to floor at the ground floor and go down an additional 2 feet. This will not require any underpinning. The slab will be a hydrostatic slab. Currently, the water level is about 14 feet below grade, but out of an abundance of caution with rising water levels, we want to be prepared so that the building can resist hydrostatic pressures should they emerge. These are a series of transverse sections, also showing the relationship to Fisher Mills foundation. And then a few details, many of which can be dealt with at staff level, but one to bring up to the commissioners here is a detail in keeping the ground floor open for restaurant application, that through the years, I think large exhaust fans were kind of cut through the masonry wall, and then a large a large exhaust flue installed on the face of the building. We actually want to integrate that all into this effort. And so along the cornice here, we have these integrated louvered air intake and exhaust as part of the detailing at the top of that cornice that I wanted to make you aware of. Signage we mentioned, those are details. That is a face lit, not a light box. Lighting, the residential entry, gate details, and cornice details. Again, most of the cornices have been lost to time. All that remains really is the 385 cornice along Northmore. We'd like to bring that back to the Greenwich facade, and for 71, bring back that cornice. So through photography, we were able to kind of draft it up to recreate that. This is the rooftop addition detailing. I want to point out probably the most important part of this is that we are locating the face plane of the addition back 30 inches from the face of the cornice, and about 12 inches back. Really, all of that structure happens inside of the existing masonry, not resting upon it. So there's some relief to the presence of those walls. And then this is the projected knife edge cornice that sits atop of the rooftop addition. For the guardrails, we'd like the roof to be occupiable. So we've selected what we believe to be the most minimal and minimally visible stainless steel fence system to limit visibility. This is the kind of kit of parts, the materials for the project, with the new masonry for the storefront portion, upper left-hand corner, the fence below that. Then we have a color sample for the new windows and storefront, which is a charcoal gray. It looks a little bit darker here on the screen. And then for the rooftop addition, that datum above the historic cornice would be a metal finish. That's kind of a warm gray finish. Just very quickly take you through the plans. Bottom left-hand corner, the cellar is split into basically 3 chambers. One is for the ground floor tenant, the middle for mechanical, and the one on the right is a kind of pantry storage area for the triplex. Ground floor, there you see in the footprint of 385 is the retail or restaurant space with the residential entry. The upper right-hand corner, you see a hydraulic elevator with a circular stair surrounding it. Bottom left-hand corner plan, that is the second floor rental unit, a 3-bedroom unit. And the bottom right-hand corner is the 3rd floor, which is the start of the triplex, and it's the kids' bedrooms. Primary suite on the 4th floor, and then the 5th proposed floor is the living, dining, kitchen space, kind of a singular room atop the building. Bottom left-hand corner is the roof terrace, and you'll see the bottom right-hand corner is the bulkhead for the stair and elevator landings, along with the limited split system heat pump condenser units, which are tucked back in that corner as to not be visible. Speaking of visible, the visibility studies. So our site is kind of unique that the district really runs down the center, the boundary runs down the center of Greenwich Street. And across the street from us is both Independence Plaza and the old Travelers Building and its plaza. So you have about a 120-foot deep plaza in front of Travelers and about a 32-foot deep one in front of Independence Plaza. So we refer to this as Plaza Palooza. There's lots of places where you can, no matter what you do on top of this building, it's going to be visible. So we embrace that visibility early on, but we try to reduce the appurtenances and what pops up from the single story as much as possible. So starting within the district, looking westward, there's the Travelers Building in the distance. You get a vantage like none of the landing or bulkheads are visible here, directly across the street. And then moving over to the Liberty Plaza area. There you can see from this vantage point that bulkhead, but again, we tried to minimize that and tuck that back into the corner. And then this vantage point, you see kind of the top half of the elevator overrun and landings, but you also see all of the rooftop additions to the Fisher Mills building. And then this is directly catty corner looking up where those appurtenances and bulkheads are not visible. And then further down towards the Hudson River, the road Northmore actually slopes down considerably, which helps to kind of reduce visibility throughout. So this is directly across the street. I want to note that what you're seeing above our building is actually the Fisher Mills, the portion of that lot which sticks out onto Northmore. It's a 25-foot wide portion. And a little bit further down the street, directly in the Travelers Plaza, looking southwest. And then right across the street. And just in closing, we're really excited about kind of peeling back the layers. I know that we'll probably work with staff pretty significantly as we remove the stucco and make judgment calls on what brick remains, what brick needs to be replaced. But we're excited to unearth all of that history and in turn kind of tell the story of this building and Tribeca in general. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, got a few. First of all, the cornice that you're proposing above your new addition, it's not straight across. It kind of steps out a little bit and then steps back when you get to the corner building. Is that right?
That's right. There are no right angles in this building. So 385 kind of, and you can see there's a thin kind of light line, and that is actually the side.
Yeah.
That's the side of 71 Northmore.
Right.
So we try to retain fidelity to anything that is brought up is kind of following the contours, the inside face of the parapets of both buildings.
Okay. And just a architect nerdy question: how are you getting ventilation for that top floor space?
Oh, top floor space has operables. So
the single ones on the side,
the single ones on the side, and then this is actually an operable window in this corner here.
Okay, cool. What's with the radiused corners? Where'd that come from?
The radius corners, you mean the brackets that are happening here?
And at the first floor.
And on the first floor. So
yeah.
those are really almost kind of like a contemporary take on the brackets, like the work that the brackets are doing on the cornice down below, rather than being highly ornamental. We just wanted a kind of a very simple, almost structural gesture, like suggesting that it's supporting the loads above them.
And let's say the brick recovery thing doesn't work out. What would your plan B be?
I think given the success of the probe so far, as we're really confident, it's really our good fortune that they painted this thing repeatedly before they put the stucco on. So we're hoping it does not come to plan B. I think, do you want to?
I mean, I think when we met on site with the staff, we talked a bit about this. We could have come to you and said, we're sure we can't get the stucco off, so we're proposing to coat the whole thing or reclad the whole thing. I think we want to get to a brick finish. I don't think there's really a desire to have a stucco finish at the end of this project. So whether it's salvage brick from a salvage yard, or, I mean, this is obviously a conversation we hope to not have to have, but I think ultimately it would be brick, and then there'll be a discussion. Are we doing, we'll do a different bond on the lower floors from whatever we find. Interestingly, in the probes, the probe on Northmore in the corner portion, at the base of the building, we did not find Flemish bond, which we expected to find, which would be consistent with a building of 1805, 1810. But we also opened a small window, and obviously the next step would be to remove more and see more and understand condition and treatment. But I think if we had to, we would reclad in brick.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I have two questions. Typical of your work, when you add a detail, you look at the community, you look in the community and you find some detail that you love. The curved windows on the second floor, where did you get that? That's just imaginative architectural detail, or is it someplace on the block somewhere?
I'm sorry, which windows
Well,
are
the
you referring
windows
to?
on the addition,
Oh, on the addition?
right, the curve. The
The
windows,
curve?
right.
So,
Is that derived from something on in this community, or is it just made up by you?
I probably did a not so great job explaining the kind of origin of the design. We really looked at it compositionally based primarily on the composition of the existing building. And so you had the federal era portion, and then this kind of extension or less organized sidewall, which extends the bays. And so that's from a compositional perspective. Then material-wise, we're looking back at Tribeca's history and the use of steel throughout, both as like cast iron elements throughout at the bases of buildings, but then also this like incredible history of it being this like mercantile hub to New York City and connecting it to the world at large, and all of that unbelievable structures that came about, the terminals, the marketplaces that have been lost to time, the infrastructure, some of those unbelievable elevated trains that Cass share. All of them, the commonality in all of those is an expression of this elegant, very kind of thin structure. And so we're trying to balance those things. Sorry.
Second question.
Yeah.
Why the brown?
Why the brown? Oh, that's the natural metal color. And actually, we have some samples up here that renderings are.
But it doesn't have to be brown, the addition. The
the
building
addition,
next.
So here's.
No, I understand. I
Okay.
understand. I was asking why you could select any color. You could paint it, whatever. Why did you select the brown?
I think given its relationship, like a sympathetic relationship to the woodwork, storefront work, and then that natural quality of metal, letting it kind of speak for itself, but it also pairs, I think, very nicely with the historic tone and hue of the masonry.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, just quick question. For the extension over both buildings, what was the reason again for differentiating the size of the windows on the Northmore building versus the Greenwich building?
Oh, sure. We looked at the history of these as being kind of two independent buildings that were later joined. And both of them have a primary facade, which is that federal era kind of tripartite arrangement, the three windows across with a lot of symmetry expressed. So for those, the portions of the vertical enlargement or rooftop addition above those, we wanted to kind of keep that symmetry. And then the side of the 385 Greenwich building, you'll see that the windows are not, there's not like a rigid grid or like predominant organizational aspect to it. But in general, it's kind of a more lateral sort of composition, whereas the primaries are more vertical. So we extended the bays for that portion of the building to try to be in alignment conceptually.
earliest legible photo we have is unfortunately the tax photo from 1940, which is 130 years after these buildings were built. There's an 1890s photo with the elevated running in front, but it's, yeah, we looked. We looked.
Commissioner Mahan?
So, the description of the significant transformation and change maybe occurring in, a series of waves over time to this building in particular was very interesting. How did you, then decide in a manner of speaking, what the, to use this phrase, what the period of significance is? What are you attempting to reference or go back to or be inspired by, as you described this, substantial change? I found myself wondering what is the, the locus of sort of meaning, of historic meaning for this building. How did you think about that, please?
Yeah, no, it's a good question, one that we have talked about sort of as we began sort of formulating ideas for this. And I think, in many ways, the sort of top cap of the corner building sort of established a historical datum, let's say. So we have this piece of Italianate cornice that dates to the 1870s and had been stripped sometime between 1940 and 1990. It had been stripped off. And we thought this is the right thing to bring that back. We have the tax photo of 71 Northmore. We know what that cornice looks like. So that sort of got us to, the 4-story volume that is the corner building, which is, reflecting basically 1800s, 1870s, and then the ground floor storefront system that you see in the tax photo of the 1890s. So sort of, we also, as we said, this is sort of almost archaeological effort. We think, literally peeling back the stucco, we are hoping to reveal periods of, of different eras. And when you look at those 3 buildings that we showed a few, slides back along Greenwich Street, where if you stop and you read the building, you see a cast iron storefront from probably the 1870s. You see Flemish Bond from the 18-teens or 20s, and then you see Common Bond above. Like, it's there. And so we're kind of hoping to do the same. And so we're not saying it is 1874, but it's actually, because this building has evolved so much in different ways, we actually want to get back to that.
One more question to zoom out and scale, perhaps, but a kind of similar question about meaning. It's such a curious building, at least in the context of the block, if not the district. In its scale, it's almost like a holdout that you would see a modern holdout with towers, surrounding it. How did that scale shift for this building in particular affect your thinking about appropriateness?
Yeah. So I'm going to take the first part of the answer, and then Jordan's going to take the second part of the answer to your question. So I think context really matters, I think, particularly at this sort of western edge of the district. It is the smallest building on the block, for sure. But, 50 Hudson Street, which is also in this district where there's been a significant addition, it's built, but it's covered right now. That's much more sort of in the core of the district. So I think here we saw this at the edge of the district, what's going on across the street and what's happened directly around it. Kind of, as I mentioned, sort of is an opportunity. It's sort of a chance to do something a little bit different because the scale is so different around it. You've got new construction, commission-approved new construction just to the right margin of this photograph, and then that warehouse complex around it. So we thought that kind of led us to something maybe a little bit different here.
Yeah, I guess I would add that that there's lots of additional FAR for this site. And we said right off the bat, like, anything more than a single story, like, does not make a whole lot of sense here. And I think that there are plenty of great examples of a building this size. Even just a few blocks away, I think we came before you about 3 or 4 years ago with 17 Leonard Street, where we had a 3-story building. We did a 2-story addition there, step back. So certainly think that a single-story addition is appropriate here. And probably most importantly, that this building has been neglected for decades. So the ability to kind of pull that back and restore it as kind of a total composition with a contemporary intervention to us seemed like the right thing to do here.
We'll now go to public testimony and with at least 3 people in the room. Doug Manowitz first.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners. Can you put the slide 64 back up there again? Or it doesn't matter. I love it.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Am I,
J-
is this better?
Just state your name for the record, yeah.
I can't hear you. Oh, my name, I'm sorry. My name is Doug Manowitz, 456 Washington Street, a few blocks away. I love the design. I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think the fabric and the coloration that they've chosen blends very well. And I think that building now anchors that corner in a way that it stuck out like a sore thumb before. I think this design is in keeping with the historic nature of the neighborhood. And I think it's going to be iconic. I wholeheartedly approve, and I hope it gets built. That's it.
Thank you.
The only other thing I could ask is, can you fix the cobblestone in the street? Can we talk about that? That's another conversation for another day. Thank you very much.
I think that's DOT. Next, Julian Glazer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Julian Glazer, and I am speaking on behalf of architect Richard Gluckman, a longtime resident of Tribeca. Dear Vice Chair Angie Master and fellow Commissioners, I am pleased to support the submission by DXA Studio for the referenced address. It is a wonderful example of preservation and intervention into the historic precinct. To me, it fulfills all of the parameters that make a successful project in this district. The preservation and restoration of historic components is sensitive, thorough, and extensive, going beyond a base restoration. The contemporary addition respects the design parameters established by preservation standards for a building of its time. It is also a sensitive, elegant intervention that respects the historic building and the context of the site. A modern expression with proportions, scale, palette, and detail that makes a design that exceeds the sum of its parts. A building that announces an elegant, adaptive reuse in a beautiful way and enhances the entire neighborhood. I hope you give this project favorable attention. It's the kind of good, sensitive, contextual design that respects the past while pointing a way to a creative future, a building of its time. I have lived and worked in the neighborhood since 1976 and 463 Greenwich Street. We are well known for contemporary interventions into historic precincts and buildings. This is a really good project that deserves your support. Very truly yours, Richard Gluckman. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Grace Hahn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Grace Hahn, and I'm here today on behalf of Jonathan Pollock and Stacy Pollock, who are residents of the neighborhood, to share a letter of support. I'm writing in support of the proposed project at 385 Greenwich Street. We have worked extensively with the team at DXA Studio and have seen firsthand the thoughtful consideration, cultural sensitivity, diligence, and professionalism they bring to their work. You couldn't ask for a better team to lead the restoration and revitalization of this long neglected landmark building. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who would like to testify? Noting that there isn't, I would like to turn it over to our Intergovernmental and Community Affairs Department, Stephen Thompson and Elizabeth Lee, to see if we have any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. When your name is called, you'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Emma Bartley.
Hello, this is Emma Bartley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposal to be close to appropriate, but has some concerns regarding the rooftop addition. We felt the height of the addition could be reduced slightly to achieve a more appropriate relationship of scale and proportion with the historic building. We're also concerned that the rooftop addition in and of itself lacks compositional unity, reading as two distinct elements between the front and the rear rather than a cohesive whole. Lastly, the large rectangular picture window on the North Moore Street facade appears out of character with the overall design scheme of the rooftop addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The facade restoration of this corner building seems thoughtful, but several elements need additional work. At the ground floor, removing the existing storefront infill, signage, awnings, lighting, roll-down security gates, and exposed conduit won't destroy any significant historic material. However, the storefronts and doors should be painted wood and conform more closely to the LPC storefront rules. The metal gate at the residential vestibule will recall a historic garage door here, but the detailing of the gate is overly minimal. We support the concept of 6/6 double-hung windows, but there isn't any information here on the materials, dimensions, or finish on the proposed sash. The restoration of the cornice on the Greenwich Street facade of the building will help to unify these facades. The new cornice at the rear extension is well scaled for this portion of the building. But there's a serious problem at 385, the proposed rooftop addition. It bears so little relationship to the historic structure that the newly restored building would be reduced to being a plinth for an overly tall light box. The Commission has seen a number of proposals for rooftop additions which contrast strongly with the original structure. The ones which work best are typically on large buildings where the addition is set back from the historic street wall. There are also acceptable additions in mid-block buildings where the addition is partially shielded from view by adjacent structures. But those are not the conditions found at 385. This is a 20-foot wide corner building in a very visible location on a wide avenue. The proposal at 385 Greenwich doesn't need just a few minor tweaks or simple changes to develop a dialogue between the historic building and the addition. It needs to be rethought. We ask the Commission to deny the application and have the applicant return with a revised design which makes the historic building the dominant design feature at this corner. If the Commission allows the applicant to return to a public meeting with a significantly revised design, the hearing should be open for new public testimony. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker is Ian.
Hi, sorry about that. Hopefully I'm connected
Good
now.
morning and welcome to the Landmarks Preservation Commission public hearing.
Sorry, I think that we had an error. One moment. Ian, we'll be moving you back to panelist.
Hi.
Hi, apologies, you can resume.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you. My name is Ian Gibbs, and I'd like to offer my full support for the design proposed at 385 Greenwich. I'm a design professional with over 25 years of experience, and the majority of work I've done is in Tribeca and the Soho neighborhoods. I also personally have lived downtown for over 20 years, formerly on Greenwich Street, a few blocks away, and now in a Soho landmark building. So I do have a healthy respect and keen eye when it comes to Tribeca landmark districts and the rehabilitation of historic buildings. Having lived and worked near this project site, I'm familiar with the location. It's such a great location, but to be honest, has always stood out as a prime corner in need of major restoration. This seems to do just that. It's surrounded by a sea of big, beautiful brick buildings that appear to almost swallow up this corner property, both in scale and design. Based on the design proposed and after hearing their presentation, it's clear the designers, to me, have gone to great lengths to understand the building's history and to do everything in their power to restore, preserve, and treat it in an appropriate way. I think the rooftop addition is a great addition. I totally get and love the relationship to the elevated train that passed by this very rooftop and think it will help to further expose this great history. As a long-standing member of the design community and downtown community, I again like to provide my strong endorsement for this project. I sincerely hope the commissioners approve this today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Victoria. We'll be promoting you to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Victoria, if you could please unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Victoria Hillstrom. These are our 3 full floor lofts since 1982 that we brought up to residential code. I am afraid the commissioners are now in Disneyland. 385 Greenwich was originally a hotel for sailors. There is a crawl space in the cellar when Greenwich Street was still water. There were windows that opened, cafe windows that opened onto the water. The Greenwich Hotel mimicked across the street at great expense. The door is now on an angle as 385 Greenwich originally was. 71 North Moore is one of the oldest remaining houses in Tribeca. Both buildings are combined above the ground floor. The buildings have been inspected and captured on film. The presentation before landmarks is fraud on its face. The buildings that we meticulously restored, I should say, with Carlos Almada, a quite famous architect from MK, with Andre Balaz, Eric Good, Sean McPherson, built MK in Mayfair, London, now builds all of the socialistas at Cipriani. Our work has been published around the world. Elizabeth von Gutmann, the editor of System magazine, Basquiat, spent a great deal of time at our lofts that we painfully restored with full-time workmen. The Greenwich Hotel damaged these landmarks, now on 2 certificates of appropriateness, when they went down 3 floors instead of 1 and hit the water line. They damaged 64 North Moore, next door to the hotel, and 61 North Moore up the street. However, the most significant damage was to our 3 full floor lofts at 385 Greenwich, aka 71 North Moore, combined above the ground floor, that includes the attached single car garage that was illegally subdivided from our lofts. They hit the water line and damaged 20 of our 28 windows. They damaged the facade and the interior damage now on 39 permits and certificates in response to our formal complaint to the Landmark Preservation Commission in 2010, I believe it was. The notion that these architects have walked in and falsified the building's history or fraudulently claim that the buildings are not in perfect repair, that are under investigation by the DEI, the FDNY, and DOB, where every inch of these buildings had been captured on film. We caught them running a $20 million illegal Airbnb scheme in response to our application for loft coverage and protected occupancy status, where they falsified the business records to illegally inflate the property value to obtain mortgages that they just filed a fraud bankruptcy on, and sold the buildings.
I'm
to
so sorry.
some
You're past
man.
your 3-minute limit. If you could please conclude your final sentence.
Well, first, the buildings were illegally vacated and are tied up on the courts. I asked you not to continue this fraud on us, and really, I am horrified that they have lied to the Landmark Preservation Commission when there is no justifiable reason.
Okay, we're going to have to
alter these
conclude this
buildings.
testimony and move to the next speaker. Thank you. All right, anyone else joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 1 recommends denial, citing the proposal's scale and design as not fitting the district's architectural character, particularly for its central location. LPC received one piece of written testimony recommending approval.
Thank you. Do you have any response to the testimony?
Just a few points to make. So I think first on the community board's resolution, they made a point of saying that this building is located in the center of the district. And I think we've talked quite a bit about its position on the edge of the district. And I think that is a relevant fact in terms of context. We've obviously talked about what's across the street and its relationship to the buildings right around it. I'll also just address some of the materiality questions that have come up. The proposal is for wood windows, multi-light wood windows on the restored facades around the building. And we are proposing metal infill across the ground floor. And I think in large part because there is no historic fabric other than the cast iron column, which we are going to retain and restore and reset at the corner properly with that open corner, that metal infill, it has a contemporary feel to it. And I think there's a relationship between that and what's happening elsewhere on the project, particularly at the Briefing. I don't know, Jordan, if you want to just speak to some of the composition.
Yeah, I think John Graham's comment about there being no relationship, I just want to reiterate again that compositionally we took all manner of inspiration from the base building and the symmetry, the proportions of what's happening on the rooftop addition are definitively derivative of the base building, and there are repeated allusions or kind of echoes of the composition of that Italianate cornice and the overall construction of the building. So yeah, that was highly intentional and definitely a part of the design approach.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson, can you move to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Kembe, can you second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Commissioner Mahan, can you start our discussion, please?
I'd be happy to. Thank you for a very clear and very interesting presentation, a provocative proposal, and the architectural model is much appreciated and certainly assists in understanding the project. That's a great addition, and I wish more applicants would bring them. As I mentioned in the question, this story of transformation and change over time in successive waves, both of the building itself, but perhaps more significantly of the district around it, is quite interesting, and I think creates the opening or for this new wave of change. It certainly calls into question sort of the locus of historic meaning for the building itself, as well as for me its meaning relative to the rest of the district. It is really quite remarkable that this little corner was a kind of holdout as the rest of the district significantly upscaled after the introduction of the train depot that was illustrated most strongly in the 1934 Sanborn map with this little holdout. So the question, I suppose, is does that scale change mean that a not insubstantial rooftop addition could be appropriate in the context of these large scale buildings? Certainly the district has a variety of scales. Certainly at the same time, this building is a memory of the smaller scale that once was, albeit significantly altered. I think for me, the kind of the backdrop quality of the two party walls that this building is in front of lends itself to allowing for a rooftop addition somewhere in this scale, if appropriately articulated. And I think given the history of the building and the district, and given that this building is a kind of a moment, the one memory of the smaller scale, I think distinguishing the rooftop addition architecturally as something distinct and contemporary is the appropriate way to go. And it's a way into kind of having allowing for scale while also allowing for the recognition, the memory of something smaller scale. I think the fact that this is a corner lot helps you in regards to allowing for scale. I did note, the edge condition of the site was mentioned on multiple occasions. Sometimes that is significant, depending on how the scale is changed. Number one, from inside to outside the district, but number two, how the proposal then relates to that. I'm not sure the proposal here relates to that change, so I don't know if that, to me, that's not particularly significant in this case. So all that is to say, I can find, an addition of this scale more or less appropriate. To speak more explicitly about the proposal itself, I think the second question then becomes the proportional relationship of the addition to the building itself. And I see a proportional relationship between the top and the bottom. And if I examine that, I find the top to be perhaps a little too tall relative to the storefront, which it necessarily sets up a relationship with because of the materiality that's been selected for both of those. So I might think about reducing the scale of the top for that reason, not for reasons of sort of scale of the whole building or addition in and of itself. So perhaps there are ways to change the reading of that top in that regard. As far as for a few details, I can find the materiality, I can find the filleting of the window enframents appropriate. I'm not sure you mentioned it or if I missed it, but I thought there was a very strong case for the filleted window enframents and the elevated rail line photos and the metalwork supporting those, particularly on slide 22. In general, I think that the details and materiality I can find appropriate. Don't have a lot to say on them right now. I think the bigger issue is sort of the scale and how to deal with that. And I'm curious what my fellow commissioners would have to say. That's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay. I agree with what Frank said pretty much thoroughly. I think I would elaborate on it in a few different ways. First of all, I think his observation about the portion of the rooftop addition is spot on for me in in the corner version of it. I think that the portion that's over the mid-block building, the Northmore, I think it is the Northmore building. I think that works. And I think that by breaking the height there, you would solve two things. One, you'd solve the proportional issue that Frank raised of comparing the base to the top. And the second is for me, what really kind of stuck in my eye about this was the cornice. The cornice is such a strong move, and what it does is it kind of welds the two buildings together as a single entity, as a single aesthetic entity. And it's a hard balance when you're doing a project like this, where you have two buildings that are actually functioning as one. You want to be honest and straightforward about expressing that, but too heavy a hand will efface the historical reality of this site, and certainly efface the kind of relationship that these two buildings have to each other and have had for quite some time. So I think that by modifying the height of the portion above the corner lot, I think you would reinforce the fact that the identity of the two buildings as being separate, while addressing the proportional issues that Frank raised. And I think that the cornice isn't doing you a whole lot of favors in that regard. I don't think you need a cornice on a building that already has a cornice. You can keep it if you like it, and if you think it works. I don't think it necessarily is inappropriate, but I think it's really it's doing something that you don't really want to do. And it does. I don't see how it adds to the historical appropriateness to the building. If it serves some other function, then we can look at it next time. I do have a question also about the ground floor storefront design. I really love the projected windows, but I wonder if the cornice, which kind of sticks out to catch them, seems right to me. To have a cornice like that kind of projects out off the face of the building does not feel normative to this neighborhood. I mean, if you look at the building next door in the image, it's tight to the building, and most of them are. And having that shadow line, I don't think is necessarily an asset. I think that maybe with the staff you can study how those things are normally handled, whether they do indeed stick out and have their own little rooflet, or if the way you've done it is a better way to do it. I love the grill integration detail above the storefront, which I think is really cool. I wonder if it works. I hope it works, but it certainly is a novel approach. And I think that in regards to the brick, the image I have in my mind is the buildings on 14th Street that all came down relatively recently and had to be rebuilt out of salvaged bricks. That would be a bad outcome. I'd much rather see a painted surface or even a stucco surface than a total rebuild that just looks like a brand new building. I mean, I think that the age of the buildings, the age of the walls is important. And even if you put back, as those buildings showed me anyway, if you put back all old bricks yesterday, it's going to look like a new building. And that would be an unfortunate outcome. Last comment, I think that what this scheme shows, it reminds me of the building that we saw a number of years ago above Central Park West, where a guy wanted to kind of airlift a penthouse onto the roof of an apartment building above the New York Historical Society. And it too was a glass, a mostly glass structure with a few steel columns in the right locations. And what struck me about it is that there's two things about this rendering that are not completely accurate. Number one is there will be lights in that ceiling, and we will all see those lights, except for when, it's probably the majority of time, the shades are down. So I think that as a commission, we might want to look at those aspects because they will be visible to the public when you're dealing with an all-glass, one-space building. I think that the impact of the shades will make what seems like a transparent pergola into a solid white box. And secondly, the lights will be something that every person sees, like a neon light on the storefront. So I think that we should think about them, and I'm sure that Jordan and the team will do so in a very thoughtful way. But I think it's something that, as a commission, we should look at when we have buildings like this.
Commissioner-
I just want to jump in just for one,
course.
as we think about that. It's an observation that has come up a number of times in these situations. And I think, just historically speaking for the new commissioners, the commission does not regulate, curtains and other things and window treatments for obvious reasons, and also don't regulate interior lighting because that can change and it's inside. And so I think that I'm not bringing this up to say that what you just raised, Commissioner, is not something we should consider, but I think it's more about whether you want to have an all glass top. That's really, it's not about regulating these things, but recognizing this is the reality of having that, and maybe an all glass thing, it comes with it, and you got to think about that when you're thinking about
I hear you, and it's true. It's a tough bind it's like we don't want to kind of, so all of a sudden be reviewing everybody's reflected ceiling plans. But, imagine this project if you decided, you know what, I really want a luminous LED ceiling. You redo it, but it would be a different kind of thing.
Commissioner Jefferson?
So, this is different than a typical historic building addition. Typically, the historic building is dominant, and then the addition is subordinate. In this case, the addition is dominant, and the historical building is a plinth. It's less dominant. But what it does, it really is an exciting looking building for me at the corner. And I was trying to get from the architect why certain elements were applied to the dominant part of it, the one-story addition, and what would connect it to the community. And I didn't get the response I was looking for. But I think this addition really creates a new composition at the corner. Then I look at the building to the left of that, and I look at the addition at the top. And I can see where that addition is slightly different and has different window types and cornice types and stuff. And then I said to myself, what would happen if this building was monochromatic, the same color? Would there be objections just to the amount of glass that they have, the amount of their glass on the top? I think it would be less. I think the new addition, brown in color, not monochromatic, really draws almost too much attention to itself. Even though I like it, personally, I think on this particular block, if it was monochromatic above, you have the base, the middle, and the top were the same color, it would be an easier sell. And I think the glass sizes, I think is beautiful. I mean, it's just a different top. It's not really modern, but it has a feeling of something of the past. I mean, it evokes in me something that I've seen somewhere, but I don't know where. And so, in the long run, I think this building makes the, the, the corner better looking. And I think it's a good piece of architecture.
Thank you, Commissioner Kambay.
Overall, I enjoyed the history of the neighborhood and hearing how it transformed over time. Um, and besides the neighborhood itself, also the building itself and how it had all the different type of iterations and to a point where this is where we are now. So in some type of essence, the building itself is a part of the neighborhood, and making a transformation to it seems appropriate within the context of this district that the building's actually in. I guess certain things, because of that, it makes me think of some other things. So because we are on a corner lot and we have many different vistas, this rooftop addition is going to be noticeable no matter where we put it. And I think you made a good argument for that. But as was said prior, I think one of the things that's unsettling is actually the proportions of the rooftop addition to the base of the building. And it does, in my estimation, it appears to be overpowering. So I believe that can be investigated just a bit to see how that can really work out. One other thing has to do with the existing building itself. Even though it's a little quirky and it has these little nuances that happened in just different places, I think that's something that can be played on more. When I look at the Greenwich facade and also the 371 facade as presented, they are very regularized. But when I get to the other side of the south elevation, it gets a little more, I'm trying to figure out the rhyme and reason between the existing building, the rooftop addition, and then also the storefronts. Looking at the south elevation, even though the existing south elevation, even though the punched openings are in interestingly different locations, I'm talking about the existing. There is still a rhythm there. 36. Yes, there's still a rhythm, and it's actually tying itself back into the existing building. I know we're including commercial spaces down below, but I think that's actually something that's holding the composition together itself. And I think the top portion or the rooftop addition on the on this I guess on this the left side closer to Greenwich could actually potentially work with that a little more or so. So things seem a little more unified.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I guess I'll start where he left off. I think looking at the existing building as presented, especially like in this elevation, one of the things that I struggled with is identifying this as two separate buildings. Although it is two separate buildings, it doesn't necessarily read that way to me. And I think Rasmus kind of pointed that out with the punch window openings. There's a lot of things that kind of join these buildings, including the history. And so how I started to look at the rooftop addition, I didn't think that it was necessary for the rooftop addition to prove that these were two separate buildings. I think in doing that, and a few other things, I think there's too much attention drawn to the rooftop addition. I do think that it is a very strong, elegant design, um, but if I'm looking at this building, it kind of makes you uh, pay less attention to the existing building, and I'm not sure that's something that we want to do. I think some of the other things that were pointed out that also kind of add to that is the cornice. I like the cornice. I think it can actually stay, but I think it can be worked with to maybe it's weird to not it's designed so well. I think that's one of the reasons it brings attention to it. But I think it can also be worked with and still be designed well and not kind of take attention away from the rest of the building. If there was a consistent window sizing on this, um, I understand that it may look like this was the same building, but I don't necessarily think that's wrong. I think it'll able to simplify uh, that rooftop addition and make it less noticeable. It's clear the rooftop addition is the star of the show, and I'm not sure that I'm not sure that's the right move. I do and the proportion I'm not sure how that's affected if those changes are made, but that's also something that can be looked into as it relates to the ground floor. Um, the in terms, I'm hopeful that you are able to remove the stucco and the brick is in good condition and it looks as elegant as this rendering does or something similar. So I'm fingers crossed with you on that. I do I like the cornice at the ground floor. I do think it projects out a little too far, but I do think it's a nice touch and connects to the cornice at the original roof and the rest of the building. I'm okay with the different color brick at the storefront. And yeah, and overall, I think it's a good project, but I think it does need a little work, mainly focused on the rooftop addition.
So I agree with many of my fellow commissioners. I think this is a good project that needs a little bit of tweaking. I think there may be a bit of an issue that different of us want different tweaking. And so I'll just add, I tend to agree with Commissioner Goldblum that the cornice at the top is too big. And a way to lower the height without lowering the height in the building is you've got a small parapet on that addition, on the new construction. If that parapet is gotten rid of and you had a gravel stop that went into a smaller cornice, I think you could keep the same height on the inside while having lowered and decreased the mass and the prominence of that cornice. And I think given the importance of this project and the somewhat different guidance we've given, we're not going to take any action today and let you refine things a bit and come back to us where hopefully we'll be at a point where we can approve it. And thank you.
All right, thank you. That's no action for today, and please continue to work with the staff. We'll move to the next item. It's public hearing item number 3, LPC 26-03552, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 862, Lot 29, 2 Park Avenue, the 2 Park Avenue building, individual and interior landmark. This is an Art Deco style office building designed by Eli Jacques Kahn of Buckman & Kahn and built in 1926 to 1928. And the application is to establish a master plan governing the future installation of windows.
Okay, back. I think his idea is not going to talk, so we're ready to start. Good afternoon. My name is Caterina Roiatti. I'm principal of TRA Studio Architecture. With me is my partner, Robert Raboscia, and our collaborator, Winston Walls. They'll jump in if necessary. The application is a master plan for all the windows of 2 Park Avenue. This is a master plan. However, I would like to point out the fact that our client, Franco Rauseo, who should be here soon, occupies most of the center portion of the building. He has a firm there, and he will be able to if the application is approved, change the windows for kind of the majority of the base of the building, essentially on an expedited kind of schedule. So it's a master plan, but you would not end up with a kind of a patch building at the most visible portion of the building. I think that's important to mention. This is just a cover page talking about the window master plan. 2 Park Avenue building, like it was said before, is an Art Deco building. The architect was Elie Jacques Kahn. The developer, Abe Edelson. Why the developer is important in this case to mention? It's important because he built actually the building across the street, 1 Park Avenue, completely different architect, sort of the same years, but same windows. And so this will talk about the fact that the 3/3 windows that were used in both buildings were in a way common. They were what was technologically and available at the time. And they were not designed for the building itself. The building is the individual landmarks. It was designated on April of 2006. And the designation, we have included a few of the designation photos for your reference. Of course, they're not all of them, there were many. But the designation talks in particular about the quality and the significance of the building from it, for the decorations, the terracotta decorations that are particularly at the top of the building, and also for his significance in terms of zoning. It talks very little about the windows because the windows, the time of designation had been completely, the original windows been completely removed, and new double hung kind of rather, how to say, common windows had been installed. So these are some of the images of the designation report. As you can see, the windows that have been installed in the 80s are kind of bulky. They don't have thin frames. The difference between the top and the bottom sashes visible, which is not something that was kind of seen in the original windows. More of the designation, and we're almost done with those, so don't worry. So this is just an image that comes from Wikipedia, but I think it's significant in the sense that it shows that even the portion of the buildings that don't have terracotta have masonry detailing. And the masonry detailing is really what makes the building kind of unique, significant. It's what you see the most. It's certainly not the windows. This is actually a photo of the upper portions of the building. And, the decoration is very well kind of illustrated by this image. and how strong it is. We took, of course, images of the building from all the public ways. The map is shown on the upper right corner. The intent of these photos is to show the current existing conditions, but also to understand how much of the upper portions and rear facade, upper portions of the facade and rear facade you see. The building is massive, so it's even difficult to see it from the street. You really have to kind of look up. And it shows clearly, image 2, that the upper kind of the setback floors start to be difficult to kind of discern, or kind of the, I'll say, the window details. These are more of these images. Some of the 32nd and 33rd Street have kind of this, it's the same kind of issue. It's hard to look at the whole facade as a whole. You actually never do. It's almost impossible. The 33rd, this is an image of the 33rd Street facade, but also on the left corner, we put some images of the front facade and of the third floor. Actually, second floor, I'm sorry. We thought that these were important because on the second floor, there are actually many remaining undivided light original windows. And we took some clue from these, which are the only original windows remaining for our design. And we'll talk about it a little later. The image on the left is actually one of the few images that show the building as it was right after it was built. You can see the 3/3 windows. There is also, and you can see it even more in these details, something else to note about these 3/3 windows. They were somewhat very delicate, very thin. The top and the bottom sash were almost on the same plane, which is something very different from what you see from modern double hung windows, right? Or they have a very kind of marked difference between the top and bottom sash. Also, they were located very close to the line of the facade, and that's something that guided our proposal because we paid a lot of attention to locate the replacement windows in the same position so that the glass to be where it was before. The windows of the building were camber windows, which were really industrial windows, steel windows. And we actually have a survey, so to speak, of what they could have been. Only some clues remain, but this comes from the catalogs. And they're actually surprising how kind of thin and delicate they were. Tax photo, the 3/3 was still present at the time, 1980. They have been completely replaced. These are the existing building elevations. There are 2,700 windows, 16,200 divided lights. It was hard to draw even. Okay, let me put it that way. So it's really kind of a big effort to replace all the windows of this building. These are the existing conditions. We did remove some of the replacement windows. We did survey accurately the sill, identify the fact that there are some remaining tubes of the original window, taken a chip of the color. It's still, the paint analysis is still kind of going forward, but it will be done, of course, soon. And I can show you next conditions of the existing windows. As you can see, they're pretty clunky. And I think that what is to us in some way really telling is how they covered the existing sill with a very big panning. There is a lot of panning everywhere. We did do some drawings to try to reconstruct what the original window was. Of course, there is nothing to measure other than the masonry and, the position of the glass, as I said, that we could understand where it was. This is the comparison with what is there now. Now we're getting into our proposal. As I kind of said kind of briefly, it's a lot of windows, a lot of divided lights. The intent of the owner of the building is to have very energy efficient windows, acoustically, of course, advanced, have ease of maintenance, ease of cleaning, and wherever possible, improve the amount of glazing and kind of clear glass. We took, as I said before, and we can go back if you'd like to, clue from the fixed windows on the second floor that are located on the less decorated portions of the building. We are proposing to have single light windows on the less decorated portions of the building, replicated, simulated 3/3 windows in all the biggest fields of the decorated portions of the main building, and single light windows at the upper floors where you really don't see them very much. So this is the close-up of our proposal. We think that the single light windows flanking kind of the decorated carpet of windows, decorated portion of the building with the 3/3 windows in the center, it makes it more precious and kind of enhances the significance of this kind of the more representative portions of the facade. These are renderings that show the final kind of result. There is a close-up and there is a view from Park Avenue. We also have a view from the other side that will come up later, I guess. This is the side windows. We employed the same concept of locating the 3/3 windows in the more important portion of the facade. Close-up of the same elevation and a view looking at one of the side streets. Again, as explained before, it's hard to see the facades on the side street, even in the rendering. It's the same elevation on the other side. They're almost identical, so it's self-explanatory. The rear of the building is all undivided casement windows. And these are the actually details, dimensions of what we are proposing. And okay, this is existing condition versus the proposed, I made a mistake. The existing condition is a double hung on the left. The proposed is on the right of the window type A. These are the details. We spent a lot of time and attention in trying to limit kind of the amount of panning of built-up metal all around the window and on top of the sill and on the side, and kind of simulate the dimensions of the original brick molding and so on. And again, one of the kind of guiding sort of efforts was to locate the glass in the glazing in the same position as it was originally. The heavy dotted line shows where the glazing was in the original windows. We have plan details. This is a type B, which is a single pane casement window, and versus the existing condition, which only appears at the top of the building, and those accents on the side, and as you have seen in the elevations. Details, again, with kind of the line of the original glazing. These are comparisons between what is there now and what we're proposing. It's pretty obvious where the 3/3 will be located and the extent of them. And this goes for all the elevations. So I'll go fast because they're all very similar. Is a rendering comparison. Again, it shows kind of somewhat the intensity of the 3/3 on the center of the facade, which I think really enhances the building. Same comparison. Now, there are very few kind of images of building precedents or other approvals or master plans that have been approved by the commission previously. One Park Avenue, we talked about it. It was 3/3. They were just kind of industrial windows that were used widely. In fact, several buildings of the era like the Western Union, they have more divided lights, but same type of windows. That's what was used at the time. More of the same. This is maybe something that we should spend a minute on. It is a window replacement plan of an individual landmark where windows of a different type have been improved on the same front facade, on the same main facade. So this is a very similar precedent to what we are proposing. This is the drawing, of course, that shows the bottom floors with, I think that these are 4/4, whatever they are. I can't see, it's too small, but above it, they are single casement undivided light windows. And this has been approved. This building, we included in the presentation because in the certificate of appropriateness, the text actually explains how what makes the building unique are the measuring details and not the windows themselves. So actually, the replacement of windows, they were kind of 6/6, so heavily divided, was approved in this case as simple double hung. And we have an appendix which includes the details from the fabricators. I can say that we really paid attention on reducing the size of all the frames, increasing the glazing to the maximum possible while maintaining, of course, maximum efficiency and insulation kind of values. We have glazing calculations and all of that. So there are only, I believe, 2 fabricators that we are bringing out to your attention tonight, but the details are quite similar, and they all locate the window in the same location of the original window. And then we have skyline windows. They have included actually the drawing of what the very first Campbell window was. This is their proposal. And I don't want to kind of bother you with the effort that we put in reducing the frames, but I think we did the intent. And the last one is Aluprof. All the 3/3 have the fixed top, and the bottom is a simulated double hung that opens as a casement, as you have seen in many applications recently.
Katerina, I think we can save the rest of the detailed drawings for questions, but could you just clarify, are you still looking at 3 window manufacturers and you've not selected one, so that's why you're showing us these 3
Yes.
different, okay,
Yeah,
just to
we
make that
didn't
clear. for
select the
everyone.
manufacturer at this
Thank you.
time.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Mayhew?
You mentioned that there are some original windows remaining on the building. Which are those?
Oh, yes, I have to go back. Those are only on the second floor. None of them is a 3/3. They are actually fixed windows, undivided lights. So I will get to the image. And they are, I have to go far, very far. They are located, well, I can kind of do it on these images. They are located where you see the dark windows at the bottom of the building, kind of the very dark at the base.
So,
Some of them are undivided windows without any kind of operation, nothing,
Okay.
just fixed windows.
so is that to say they are not appropriate models for new windows?
No, actually, I think that we took a kind of inspiration, if you will, from those existing windows, because they are located in the smoother part of the facade where there are no kind of relief details. And we located a similar window on the side of the building, on the 2 turrets, on the pilasters, where there are, in fact, no details. They're pretty kind of simple. And we concentrated the 3/3 on the most important portions of the building. And we think that this framing actually accentuates the center of the building.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any drawings, or can you speak to how the dimensions of the proposed window profiles, frames and sashes and so forth compare to the original windows?
Well,
it's still a little unclear to me.
No,
Sorry, maybe I just
think
finished
it's
my
actually
question.
kind of simple to respond.
Okay.
The original Campbell windows, if you look at what the reconstruction of the details from the catalogs, and well, I have it in the skyline windows. This is not a very...
You have a drawing comparing the dimensions?
Yeah. We have several drawings to compare, actually.
Great.
I wanted to go back to, we have several drawings on all those details. We did the comparison, our details, not those of the fabricators. So what we did was to study everything we could on whatever was there and then kind of draw the window that we wanted to see, and then work with the fabricator to achieve that.
This is the existing condition. Do you have any drawings
So you see
comparing the
existing condition
original?
double hung, and we have the original one too, yes, and it's coming. One point, casement window, 3/3. Remember it was there, so many, it's just, but we absolutely did that. Existing condition, double hung. Some point what was there, and I don't know, if it ended up in the presentation. We absolutely did it. Yes, that was, yes. Exactly. But we also had done our version, and that's what I was looking for. But the one from Skyline, I have it here. It's almost impossible to recreate the same thickness, right? All what you can recreate is the height of the frames and the brick mold and the height of the frames and the location of the glass. And then what you can try to do is minimize the panning around the existing sill, which we understood you could now remove or you can now alter. So the comparison is all in the kind of visual size of the frames. It would be impossible to match. Look at the thinness of the bottom of the window. It's just, they used what was available at the time as, you know, what was technologically advanced at the time, and we are using what is technologically advanced today and try to maximize the glazing to the maximum. And that's all what you can do.
Hi, I'm Bob Trabosha. I just want to mention, which wasn't mentioned, that we're not removing any existing frames
No.
embedded in the masonry or the weight boxes. So we're working with the original fabric and working on top of it as closely as we can.
Okay. Is that illustrated somewhere? That
Yes,
sounds even
we
more
can show you the existing windows and photographs.
They're drawing like a section.
No, I wanted to show him what we are now removing. So in this photos, you see the two kind of brown tubes. That's what is something that is left of the old window. The sill is remaining, and then the white tube is where the windows were secured to. Those elements will remain. We understood that, first of all, they're original, but it would be really difficult and it wouldn't make sense to remove them. So we are kind of keeping them and conforming as close as possible to them.
Any other questions, Commissioner Jefferson?
I'm trying to understand the design of the whole building. So if you go to page 22,
okay,
where you clearly call out what type B is and type A, but in between that upper part, what is the idea there? They're just clear windows. They're just
the upper portion of the building.
the middle portion. So you have where type B is, and you have that portion that you're not doing,
Center
that you're not
portion of
doing
the
any
building is all the 3/3 is the type A.
Right, but up above that, where
Up above that is the type B. And we determined from the photographs that we took from all the public ways that the upper portion of the building are really not very visible from the street. Actually, they're not. So we are proposing a window that will increase kind of, the glazing for the well-being of the inhabitants. And we really don't think that that will be something that it's really not visible from the street. I can go back to the photos.
Yeah, we should just clarify. They're definitely, you can see the setback from, if
Yes.
you get far enough away. I think the applicant is suggesting that it's hard to decipher if there's muntins there or not
Hard to
because it's
decipher.
so
You
high
can
up.
see it, but yeah.
Historically, they were very
Yeah.
thin.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
So I can find it probably. Right.
Does anyone in the room want to testify?
Well, you can see it in this picture. Yes, I'm sorry. Franco, the owner of the building, as I have introduced him before while he was not here, but he's now present, and I think he may want to talk. So it's Franco Rauseo, is the president of Haddad.
Hello. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to make the presentation. You probably would want to know why an owner of a building would want to change 2,700 windows voluntarily. Probably didn't make sense, but so we are a 100-year-old company. I'm not 100 years old yet, but this asset was purchased as a legacy asset. It's a debt-free asset. We plan to occupy our own company within it, which was the reason for the purchase. And in the past year that we've owned the building and exploring the conditions that are there with a 100-year-old asset, one of the concerns that I had was the windows, the safety of the condition of them, and the fact that to meet a lot of the new energy standards and things like that, it was one of the items that really is hurting the building. So in trying to change what works and keep the nostalgia and obviously the respect of the building, because we love how it looks, we came up with this plan that we've presented to you guys, to take into consideration. There are a lot of dark sides of the building, so to get rid of some of and expand the glazing of it only helps bring some natural light into the building. And again, it was what made the building also the most energy efficient window that we could find. So that's really the main reason for why I'm standing here asking to change 2,700 windows in this building. So
Thank you. No more questions from the commissioners. I don't think there's anyone in the room who wants to testify. I would like to turn it over to our Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Stephen Thompson and Elizabeth Lee, for any online testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function, after which you'll be promoted to panelists. We ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker is John Graham.
There are two good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham speaking for the Victorian Society in New York. Although 2 Park Avenue is clearly outside the focus of the Victorian Society, we're testifying today because of Eli Jacques Kahn's extraordinary impact on 20th century New York, and because, quoting the designation report, 2 Park Avenue represents one of Kahn's finest essays into Art Deco or modernistic style architecture. We're happy to support the applicant's decision to remove the existing 1/1 blue finished double hung replacement windows, and we have no objection to the proposed brown finish for the new windows, matching the historic color. However, there are 2 problems. The greater problem is the applicant's proposal to substitute casement windows for the historic double hung windows. It's always important when replacing sash and designated buildings to get as close as possible to the original design in terms of configuration, operation, materials, details, and finish. When the building is an individual landmark, it's essential. This proposal is the one chance the Commission and the City will have to get the correct windows at 2 Park Avenue for the next 50 years. The new windows must match the original double-hung operation. The small additional energy saving from casement windows compared to high-quality double-hung windows is not enough to severely compromise the architectural integrity of an individual landmark. The other problem is the proposal to replace the original 3/3 sash used in all locations above the base with single light casements in selected locations. The drawings show new single light windows at the corners of the building and at the 2 setback sections of the tower. One of Kahn's strengths was his ability to manipulate brick and terracotta to give a strong sense of texture to his facades. The historic photos show the way this unified surface texture is reinforced by the grid pattern of the historic 3/3 sash. The smooth sheets of glass in the single light casements would diminish this unity. It would not be preservation, it would be a mistake. All the windows must be 3/3. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to join to offer testimony via Zoom? And then I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 5 recommends approval.
Brooklyn or Manhattan?
Sorry, Manhattan.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to the comments?
The response to the comment is basically that we feel that the selection of the casement and the 3/3 are respectful of the architecture. It does showcase the architecture maybe in a different way, but nonetheless, we respect the verticality, we respect the texture, we respect the detail, because it is hard to ignore the detail and the massing of this building simply by changing a window style. This is a building that speaks volumes, even if there were no windows in the openings.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Commissioner Cumbey, can you close the hearing, please? Or make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, can you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? With that, we now go to our thoughts. Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this discussion?
Sure. This has got to be one of the most interesting window master plans I've seen in a very long time. Most master plans try to get plain double hungs in a situation where there was a multi-light double hung window historically, and it's usually because, you know, people want to cost more money, better views, things like that. And the standard we usually use for that is, you know, that we tend to view such applications more favorably when the building itself has lots of architectural detail, and you know, one wouldn't necessarily miss the historically accurate but no longer present multi-light windows. If there was ever a poster child building for one that had plenty of detail, thank you very much, it would be this building. So I think that had the applicant been here to ask us to replace the non-historic 1/1 double hung windows with the same thing, I, for one, would have felt compelled to vote yes. But that's not what they're doing. I mean, they're going to some rather great extent to kind of propose windows that are rather different. On the one hand, a return to the historic configuration, but a different operation in the body of the building, and they're type A, and then a single light casement in their type B. And there's no question that this is not what Elie Jacques Kahn designed for the building. You know, it's different. It's purposely different, and it's trying to say something different than was being said in the original design. So I'm kind of a little bit not sure how to go on this one. On the one hand, I understand and appreciate the effort that they're doing, and I think that aesthetically, the choice to make the kind of flat brick towers on the corners into the casements and keep the textured quasi double hungs to the center panel is aesthetically pleasing. I think I might question their application of that same pattern to the other facades, where I think that they over-relied on the casements. And I think that if they were to keep that pattern going and keep to those kind of double window pilaster kind of corner pieces, that would be an appropriate kind of choice. But I'm concerned that my aesthetic preference for that dichotomy is non-historic in its base. And I kind of would defer to the consensus and see what others think. Not sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayhead.
Thank you. Interesting comments, interesting and provocative proposal. I have a lot of thoughts about it. I understand the impetus, the need for energy efficiency. I have quite a lot of experience myself with buildings of this vintage and window replacements of Campbell windows, in fact. So I understand quite well the complications and the issues involved. This is a spectacular building. Highest order. Other individual landmarks, were shown as examples of sort of window replacement where there was, variety allowed, within a single facade. While those were also individual landmarks, this one is an individual landmark that can be read in the round. It's a three-dimensional building, and I think that's somehow different and gives kind of heightened importance to the grammar of the architectural elements, as opposed to, it's sort of it can only be like self-referential, right? It has no neighbors. It's not in a row of sort of Park Avenue apartment buildings, which I think makes it somehow different. So I for one, I was not persuaded by sort of the arguments laid out here. In particular, I don't buy the argument that the masonry alone is what makes the architecture significant or decorative, and that the windows, are just sort of utilitarian, pieces of technology that might change over time. Just because the windows were an element that can be purchased out of a catalog does not make them insignificant in a kind of marker, of the way that architecture was constructed in a moment. Many architectural elements of all sorts can be purchased out of a catalog, and they are put together by the architect, using his or her own grammar as influenced by his or her time. So I think that's quite significant. I was not persuaded that you cannot see the upper portion. That's clearly not the case in nearly all of your own photography. I find in the enlargement on the right, I do understand the masonry there is more simple than the masonry at the center, but the single lights are a bridge too far. They're much too, I think, contemporary, and strike a kind of off note in the symphony of the building and its multiple sort of elements that are being played together. So I feel strongly that there should be 3/3 windows, at the center as proposed, at the upper portions, at the sides. Perhaps an argument could be made for 1/1s, at least to me. But 3/3, I think, would be preferred. In terms of some of the details, I think the important dimensional comparison is between the original, either found through forensic work or through, reconstructed through catalog work as best as possible. And that needs to be compared, ideally side by side to the proposed. The existing condition was compared side by side over and over. And, your own proposal is to restore. So the existing condition is irrelevant in that regard, in my view. I understand that the original frames were steel. I think you were describing they're being maintained. I suspect they were grouted into the masonry, and taking them out is problematic. I suspect they're corroded. So I think actually that's even more reason to demonstrate to the commission and staff clearly in section details how the original dimensions are being adhered to as closely as possible, because you'll be presumably cladding over or in front of said original frames, which you said are remaining. Therefore, the profile location of the windows will be changing by definition. So I think we need to see that clearly. The paint analysis also is very, very important. And so, some greater clarity on that would be appreciated as well. This is a building that does not suffer for lack of detail. However, I'm of the belief that, just like the brick, just like the terracotta decoration, if you look at one element, it's a small element, but when you add it up in aggregate over the entirety of the building, it has a significant aesthetic impact. This is a significant investment on your part. So, here to help you get it right.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yes, I agree with some of the previous comments. I'm okay. I think the 3/3 windows and center section of the building are appropriate. I guess I would find the single light casement windows problematic at the ends and the corners of the building. I'm not sure if they need to be 1/1 or 3/3, but I think making them like does kind of what Frank was saying, where I think I think the windows are important to the overall design, and that move kind of erases the significance of them. And I think it doesn't highlight that portion of the building. So I think I'm not okay with the casement at the ends. In terms of the portion of the building after the setback, to agree that this part of the building is visible, and the windows are noticeable. And so I think there needs to be some connection from that portion from the bottom to the top in terms of the windows. And I think that they probably should be 3/3. So yeah, those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Cumbay?
First of all, historic photograph kind of has been kind of the motivation for my thoughts in this. What's been presented with the single casements at the corners, I think it's creating a different intent. And because so, I don't believe that is the right way to go. I believe the 3/3 at the corners is in keeping in what the intent was, and I think that's something that should move forward. I appreciate trying to place the glazings themselves in the same position as they were originally, just a little more forward on the facade. I believe that will help change the reading as well. As the visibility of the upper portion, I guess it really depends on where you're standing, and just maybe instead of just the 3/3 or just the plain casement windows, it maybe a 1/1 might be more appropriate. Um, Comments?
Commissioner Jefferson?
I would, as a concept, want to go back to the original intent. And I'm not quite sure what that is. And I think the 3/3 that's located now works beautifully. I'm not quite sure about the casement window on the sides. I'm not quite sure how that works. So I'm in between. I'm not quite sure what the original intent was on in this building, and I'm not sure how we're approaching it. So
Okay.
I don't have a strong feeling about it.
So I want to just add that this is an interesting situation where I think the simulated 3/3s with the casement actually are closer in profile to the original windows than if you went to a modern double hung with 3/3. So I think that's a good decision. And I think right now, the one thing that we can vote on is the 3/3 everywhere. And then if you want to come back with an alternative, there was some discussion of 1/1 at the corners or 1/1 at the top. We could discuss that, but we can approve, what? I think we can approve the 3/3 everywhere. So we've given you approval for something, and then you can regroup and decide if you want to come back for any modifications.
But just I want to just make sure, I think,
Secondary walls.
yeah, I think the applicant may want to explore options for the secondary facade, and perhaps, I know not all commissioners were okay with with a simplified configuration at the setback, but maybe a 1/1 might satisfy other commissioners at the setback floors. So, I mean, I think it's correct that we could technically take a vote to see if we could get approval for the 3/3 simulated double hung everywhere. But I also think Commissioner Mahan had some concerns about the details and not being sure they were a good match. So we may not actually get to 6 votes anyway. So I think that means
Okay.
we take no action.
No, we're not going to take any action today, and we'll have you come back when you're ready to discuss this further.
One thing to note on that last topic of Frank's, I did notice in the 3 window options that was given, one of them had the tubes and the rails kind of all flat to the front, I think, and that would produce a very, very different effect visually than the other windows where there was more depth between the outer frame and the inner sash. Unless I mistakenly noted that, it just was a big difference.
And I think ideally we'll continue to work with the applicant, and maybe it needs to come back with a selection, an actual window selection, or 2 that are very, very close to one another rather than 3 that are somewhat different. So we'll talk to the applicants and owner about that as well. All right, so no action today. Please continue to work with the staff, and we'll move to the next item. That is public hearing item number 4, LPC 26-05571. This is an application for a binding report in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 922, Lot 1, 250 2nd Avenue, and this is the Stuyvesant Square Park in the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. This is a public park originally designed in the 1840s and redesigned by Gilmore D. Clark in 1937, including a restroom building built in 1937. The application is to replace and modify pathways, paving, fencing, and planting beds, replace windows and doors, install security screens, and regrade a portion of the site.
Good afternoon. I'm Sybil Young with New York City Parks. I'm here today to present modifications to an existing public restroom building and the site at Stuyvesant Square East within the Stuyvesant Square Historic District. The main goal of this project is to restore this existing public restroom building and to provide ADA compliant access to it. But as you'll see from the presentation, that also requires modifications to the paths and an existing dog run. This is our location. Stuyvesant Square East is located between 2nd Avenue and Nathan D. Perlman Place, and East 17th Street and East 15th Street. And then across 7th Avenue is Stuyvesant Square West, which is essentially a mirror image of Stuyvesant Square East. The brief timeline of the history of the park: it was donated to the city in 1836. It opened as a park in 1850. And in the 1930s, it underwent a redesign by Gilmore D. Clark, which is essentially what remains today. And then in 1975, the historic district was designated. These plans show the design evolution of the site. The only two elements that remain from the original design are the perimeter cast iron fence and then the central fountain area. Largely what is there is this 1930s redesign. And just noting this red dot that you see on the screen, that represents a mature elm tree that is in the center of the path. And I note that because it plays a large role in the design of this project. These are the existing conditions. We have our public restroom building up here in the upper left corner. The paths are all asphalt hex block. This is that tree in the center of the path. And this yellow area represents a wildly popular dog run with a friends group, and there's a lot of advocacy around that dog run, so it's something we had to be very mindful of in our design. Additionally, within that dog run is existing Belgian block here and here, which is not ADA compliant. This is the existing fencing. There's a 5-foot fencing around the dog run, and then lower 3-foot fencing just to protect the planting. Here's some site analysis just to note that the public restroom building currently has steps surrounding it, making it not ADA compliant. And here is that tree again, which is heaving the hex block pavers all around it. Some images of that tree. As you can see, it has an expansive canopy. This is a closer up image with the tree and the public restroom in the background. So these are the conditions that the tree roots are creating currently. It's heaving the hex block all around it. This condition extends about 25 feet from the center of the tree, so it's quite significant. And I don't know if I need to sell you on the importance of this tree, but as a mature tree, it stores significant amounts of carbon dioxide, helping mitigate climate change. These older trees provide habitats for various wildlife species, serving as biodiversity hotspots. It filters harmful air pollutants and plays a vital role in stormwater runoff. So just a variety of reasons why we would not consider removing this tree. It's also has a tree replacement value of close to $700,000 that we would be required to pay should we take it down. On the left is the existing dog run with those Belgian block pavers. And then on the right, we are looking south towards 15th Street at the public restroom. So this is the proposed plan. It's not possible to make this path ADA compliant with that tree there. And as you could see from what the roots are doing, the tree really needs more space to thrive and survive here. So we are proposing to expand this planting bed, which necessitates cutting this path off. And then we are shrinking the footprint of the dog run to restore this circulation. And then this and this here become new paths to provide that circulation. And then we have sloped paths that lead up to the public restroom building and are ADA compliant. This is the existing and proposed. So this path, which is sort of relocated to here to accommodate that new expanded planting bed. And then to recall the symmetry of the original design, we shifted this path to here. The granite block paving within the dog run that is not ADA compliant will be replaced with accessible granite block paving. This is the existing and proposed fencing. We have 5-foot fencing around the dog run to keep the dogs in, and then just lower 3-foot fencing around the planting beds. And then some existing lower fencing will just be repaired and painted. Here's our proposed grading plan. This is showing we were able to actually get these paths to a slope of less than 5%, which means we don't have to install any ramps. That would require handrails and perhaps be a less elegant solution. Here are those stairs that surround the public restroom building and a section showing how our sloped walkway meets the building. And a rendered section of those walkways to the public restroom. These are the plants that will be planted in that planting bed. And some existing and proposed conditions. This is looking west towards 2nd Avenue. And then looking south to 15th Street. So for the public restroom building, we intend to fully restore the building. It's in pretty poor shape as it's been closed for decades. And most of that work will be reviewed at staff level. It meets that criteria with a couple of exceptions. Currently, the doors are modern metal doors and the windows have been filled with glass blocks, so there's no original doors or windows existing on the building. And we are proposing to replicate the original design of the windows and doors. However, we are proposing to do that in metal as opposed to wood. North facade, same treatments. And south facade. And then the other item that we are bringing you today is that we are proposing to put metal screens over these new windows once they are installed. We do have original drawings of the windows and doors. Again, we'll be replicating in metal. And then these are the proposed screens. This is an example where they're installed on another parks facility. You can see that they still provide some transparency. You can really read the window behind it. We really think this is necessary since we're installing these new glass windows and want to protect the building. The proposed site furnishings. The fencing that will be around the dog run is the same fencing that exists at the Washington Square Park dog run and was approved by the commission. And so this is our last slide. For this project, we started off thinking it would be a simple restoration of a tiny building, but between that elm tree and this very popular dog run, it turned out to be very challenging to meet these needs of ADA compliance, historic preservation, tree preservation, and then the community's desires for the site. And in the end, we feel this plan does that by preserving the tree. We're restoring the restroom building. The dog run is preserved with a smaller footprint. And while we do have to alter some of the paths, we did try and recall the symmetry that was found in the original design. And we also like this plan because the tree is not going to live forever. And, you know, when the tree dies, the original circulation path there can be restored. Nothing we're doing here is really irreversible. So that is all I have, and happy to answer any questions. And we have our architects and landscape architects here as well.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
Helpful, and I might have missed this, so forgive me. The fencing that's around the planted area, what's its purpose?
Just to protect the plantings, it's a very popular, as there's this large dog park in the area. You know, we want to keep the dogs in the dog park and not in the planted areas.
That high?
That's kind of our standard for planting beds.
In the rest of the park?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah. What exists now throughout the park and on the west side is also this 3-foot pipe rail fencing.
And why did, you know, you obviously a big part of the design of this park is symmetry, and your decision to relocate that little path was a gesture towards that symmetry. Why not modify the other segment of the pathway to restore symmetry on this side of the park altogether?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Made this nice big new green planted area. You dead end the pathway into it, and then you route around it with a skinny little pathway that's up against the fence. Whereas on the south side, you maintain the outer wide path and just relocate the radial path. I'm just asking, did you consider copying that whole quadrant of new green at the bottom left of the image?
Oh, I see.
Top left of the image.
I see. We did not. I don't think we thought about that. I guess again because the less impact we have here, the more reversible it is in the future.
Any other questions? So I have a question. This slide can show it fairly well. Could you have kept the curved path to the connector piece, put in the accessible path? I realize it would be less green space, but could you do that without disturbing the trees of the roots of the elm tree?
Do you mean continue this
That
and create the access to the restroom that way?
No, what I'm saying is do the access to the restroom you have, because I realize you need that for handicapped accessibility. But continue that curved path halfway till it met the connector path there at the top.
There.
Yeah, well, to before the tree, and then you have a connector path existing that goes down towards the dog run. And then I have a second question, if you can do that. So
Sorry.
that you'd be losing less of the symmetry, because to me, the issue to think about is you have a park across the street that is identical to this park and is symmetrical. So I'm wondering if there was a way to keep more of the symmetry. And then the other question I had is for the rest of the path where there's the tree, could you leave some sort of stone curb as the remnants of that path, even though people couldn't walk on it?
Even though people could not walk on it.
Correct. But just visually, as I was looking to see that continued.
So we did look at doing sort of a stone path there that although we were looking at one you could walk on, and those do require a significant amount of excavation, even as a stone path, to make it accessible. So you're talking about just kind of having simple stone over within the planting.
What I'm talking about is if you look at this as one quadrant, the first quadrant to the connector path would remain. And the second quadrant where the existing tree is would be planted, but would have a remnant of just the path of just the curbs, and it could be loose stones. It would not be a walking path. And I see a lot of other commissioners shaking their heads, so they may not like it, but I'm just trying to see if there was a way to keep more of the symmetry.
Yeah.
Right. No, I realize that, which is why if you just had edging, they could be over the roots, I think.
Yeah, there's also 2 other trees in that area. That slight, let me see, which one? So we have this tree and this tree here, which could be impacted by those roots as well by adding that. I don't know,
Okay.
Terry, our landscape architect, you want to?
I'm Terry Berger, landscape architect with Abel Baines and Butts. The one thing along the lines of what you're describing that we did discuss was creating a planting that was referential to the existing path. So that we certainly could do. Leaving the remnants of the curb, as you were just describing, would be difficult because of
Okay.
the existing roots.
Thank you very much. We do have testimony in the room. So first, Michael Gotkin. You can come to the podium and testify.
I think they're also, are there a few people on Zoom or do they all go away at this point?
They'll come
Some of my
after-
colleagues wanted to speak on Zoom. I don't know. if they're
They'll
still-
get a chance
Okay.
after you speak.
All right, no problem. Hi, I'm Michael Gotkin. I'm a landscape architect, and some of you have probably seen me here before. I'm involved with landscape preservation. And actually, the last time I was here, I think testifying, was about a small park in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, which was a modernist design by I.M. Pei and Paul Friedberg. And the commission made a lot of substantive suggestions to parks that were incorporated about the benches and about the fencing that made that park really read as a modernist park. And I'm kind of hoping that we can have the same kind of discussion and impact here. Because what wasn't discussed in this is this will also entail a lot of removals of a regional park material that myself and some of the other people on the Preservation Committee feel are really irreplaceable. It's not as simple as swapping out a 1935 bench for a World's Fair bench. And I'll explain that in a minute. But I first wanted to address, from me, the elm tree, because when I worked with Central Park, it seems logical that by putting a mature ancient tree into landscape, you'll be helping it. Really, the best thing to do with an ancient tree is just not to disturb its environment at all. When you change the amount of water that infiltrates there, either flooding the roots or in the other case, less water gets in, it's best to leave an ancient tree, which this is. It predates the 1935 design, as is, in the middle of the path. So that's my 2 cents on that. As far as the restroom renovation, there are other options. Like when you get apartment buildings that have steps up to them, they'll often drop the sill and take care of the grade difference inside so that the door now meets the grade. That's one option. Another option is in their own drawing, you can see along 15th Street, there's room for an ADA ramp. And you could put that ramp in, tucked into the landscape, handrails. To me, that's not a big deal. Preserving the symmetry is a big deal. So I want to go back to one thing that wasn't really mentioned here. They're talking about removing the lampposts and the benches. These are very rare benches. For me, it was like finding King Tut's tomb, this park. These are the original 1935 benches designed. They're pre-World's Fair benches. They're similar, but they're actually very different from the World's Fair benches. This is the largest amount I've ever seen. This entire park is a gem of a 1930s Art Deco park. There's really nothing else like it in the city. In fact, I did an exhibition at the Cooper Hewitt many years ago on the history of park benches. And I gifted to the Cooper Hewitt one bench. It's when I worked at Central Park, because we thought it was one of the very last ones in the city. So this is a real find. If construction is to be done, we would really like to see these benches salvaged, restored, and brought back, not replaced with World's Fair benches. Similarly, the lampposts in the park. These are unique lampposts. I think someone emailed you earlier a statement about this. So I really would love it if you could talk a little bit about the details, just as you did with that park in Bed-Stuy.
I'm so sorry, you're past your
you had to
3-minute
cut
limit.
off? That's fine. Okay. But I think I got my point across.
Now we have Thomas Campanella, and I think you're reading testimony by.
I'm going to read from him. I just see a text from him. Let me see if yeah, he said he's at the office. He can't read it. So I'm going to read his text. Thanks. Pull it up here. Sorry. Here it is. This is, oh, come on. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to mention his name on Zoom? Oh, is he signing in on Zoom now? Oh, that's great. Okay, this is his book.
Okay,
He'll talk to you
if
more.
there's no one else in the room to testify, I would like to turn it over to our intergovernmental and community affairs, Stephen Thompson and Elizabeth Lee, for online testimony.
Participants joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please raise your hand, after which you'll be promoted to panelists. We ask you to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker is Thomas J. Campanella.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, my name is Tom Campanella. I'm a professor of urban studies and city planning here at Cornell University and an advisory board member of the Historic Districts Council. I'm also the author of a recently published book, Designing the American Century, which is the first major study, the first study of any length of the lives and work of Gilmore Clark and his partner, Michael Rappuano. Clark and Rappuano were the most influential landscape architects of the 20th century in the United States. They carried the public works tradition of Frederick Law Olmsted into the motor age, creating the first modern parkways. They were also responsible for the design or rehabilitation of dozens of iconic New York City parks and playgrounds: Riverside, Bryant, Cadman Plaza, Marine Park in Brooklyn, Flushing Meadow and Jacob Riis, Orchard Beach Park in the Bronx. They master planned 2 World's Fairs, the UN headquarters campus, Parkchester, Stuyvesant Town, Harlem River Houses, and the airport that we know today as JFK. Unfortunately, several major Clark and Rappuano works, including City Hall Park and Battery Park, have been lost or severely altered in recent years, either out of sheer ignorance or because of their association with the perennially controversial Robert Moses. I hope that Stuyvesant Square Park is not added to that list. Stuyvesant Square Park is a rare, almost wholly intact, surviving example of the design vocabulary, the materials, the furnishings of this extraordinary era, the New Deal era in New York City, when Clark was actually in charge of all landscape architectural projects throughout the city park system. Materials and furnishings are vital to the character of a place, trees as well, yet they're often dismissed or disregarded. Stuyvesant Square Park is a showcase of New Deal era paving materials, railings, fences, light standards, and as mentioned a moment ago, 2 styles of park bench, one designed by Clark himself, originally for Rye Playland, that's the concrete and wood model, and the other a rare precursor to the famous 1939 World's Fair bench. I hope that the historical significance of this exquisite park is more fully appreciated, that upgrades and alterations to accommodate those with mobility challenges are done in a way that honors and respects the fragile essence of this rare survivor of a heroic era, really, in American city planning. Thank you.
Emma Bartley.
Hello, my name is Emma Bartley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC appreciates and supports efforts to improve accessibility in this historic park. As always, accessibility and universal access is paramount to HTC when reviewing projects. Gilmore Clark, who redesigned the park in the 1930s, is increasingly recognized for his significant contributions to New York City landscape architecture. The park's design is defined by its careful geometric symmetry. Because the proposed planting area and path reconfiguration would substantially alter that symmetry, we urge the applicant to explore alternative approaches to achieving accessibility without such a significant intervention as proposed in this design. In addition, we also strongly encourage the retention of significant historic park furniture rather than outright replacement. The existing iron and wooden benches, as well as the historic lamppost, should be preserved wherever possible. Thank you.
John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Gilmore Clark's importance to the landscape of New York City is increasingly recognized. His 1935 design for Stuyvesant Square Park is one of the earliest of his career with Robert Moses Park Department. It's also one of his most intact designs. His approach favored formal geometric symmetry with pavements, benches, and other features reinforcing the park's large-scale geometry. As with much of his work in New York, the design was intended to be a sympathetic modern update to an older Victorian park. The change proposed to make the historic comfort station accessible will destroy the park's symmetry. Changes to the topography and hydrology will endanger the large ancient elm tree that appears to predate 1935. Although counterintuitive, removing pavements encircling the tree may not be in its best interest. We urge the Commission to require that an independent arborist examine this important elm tree and assess the effects of the proposed landscape construction. There are less obtrusive ways to make the building accessible. A single path along the south fence is one. Better yet would be lowering the floor and doors of the building to grade. Similar proposals to excavate the basements and cellars of row houses are approved nearly weekly by the Commission. There are also problems with the details. Standard issue window guards and light fixtures are ugly and inappropriate. Extensive use of obtrusive metal mesh infill is proposed at the pipe rail fence. This is obviously needed around the dog run, but it should be eliminated at other fence locations. The park retains its 1935 palette of materials and details, which became trademarks of mid-century New York City park design. These include rare iron and wood benches that are not the same in detail or construction as the proposed replacements. The existing benches should be retained, restored, and reused. A signature Clark detail was the installation of solid lines of benches following the paths and emphasizing the geometry. The proposal would inappropriately alter this by eliminating sections of these long rows of benches. The park retains a number of Type E lampposts. Very few of this early model remain. These Clark-era posts should be retained and refurbished. The 12-foot-tall beat posts proposed as replacements are ungainly and ill-proportioned. Also, the casting quality of new park lamppost is abysmal. The posts installed in northern Central Park as part of the Davis Center project look as though they were sculpted by a child using its thumb. Luminaires for both refurbished and new posts should be historically authentic Riverside luminaire, not the Battery Park City luminaire shown in the presentation. The irregular granite block pavements in the already accessible dog run should not be replaced with smooth pavers. The existing cobblestones help break up this large paved area by providing a variation in texture. Details in historic fabric are as important to historic parks as they are to historic houses. This proposal needs considerable rethinking. Please see our more extensive written testimony with photo documentation. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. All right, seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 6 recommends approval. LPC received 3 letters from individuals recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to any of the comments?
I'll try and quickly respond to those. So firstly, we didn't take any of these decisions lightly. We really wanted to maintain the symmetry of this park as much as possible. We had multiple site meetings with our arborists and many, many meetings to discuss this tree. And, the agreement was this was the best thing for this tree and the surrounding trees. I'm sorry if something on our slides was confusing, but we're not proposing to remove any light poles within the park. We are adding two. Only the benches in the dog run are being switched out to a different type of bench, which exists elsewhere in the park. The reason being, we've heard from dog owners that those benches, their paws get caught in the benches. And we've heard that at other dog runs too. So this is kind of our standard for dog runs, and we're happy to look into salvaging those materials. We did look into dropping the sill at the building to provide ADA accessibility. That would require significant modifications to the structure of the building and the foundation, so we could not pursue that. And I think I covered most of it, but yeah.
Commissioners, any additional questions? So I do have one. Will the new light poles match the existing so they will all look of a family?
That is the intent, and I will go back and double check that what we showed here is what exists, and if it isn't, we can match the existing within the park.
Thank you. Any other, okay, no other questions. Commissioner Goldblum, can you close the hearing, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Jefferson, can you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that passes. Commissioner Atembe, can you start our discussion, please?
Yes, I can. I think we've spoken about a lot of things, and I guess truthfully, when it comes down to it, it's kind of just on the primary level of this park. In a lot of the diagrams, we only see the southern portion of the park, and it's kind of rotating. But it's a bigger space, and it's very symmetrical. And I think that should really be looked at in thinking about how to rearrange and work with this certain quadrant of the park. It may require other areas to have maybe slight modifications as well, but we should really look at the symmetry. And I understand we are trying to ensure that this elm tree survives many more. And I think that is a worthy cause as well. But I think the design in general just needs to be prioritized and what's actually being preserved.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, one of the first things I saw on this presentation was the budget, and I was looking at the size of the building. I was like, man, how does it get to be that expensive? And now I kind of see what what's requiring the cost to be so so high relatively to space that's being redesigned. And very, very complex project. So I definitely want to commend the applicant for taking the time to look at all of the details of this project. I'm not sure what the solution is, because the symmetry of the park is definitely working against you, and it's symmetry, as previously stated, on both sides of the park, on both halves of the park, and it seems that you guys, there was some play with the other quadrant on this side of the park, but I think there needs to be a better balance between either these two or all four, as mentioned, because going to the page 5, throughout, it's except for the addition of this, which was a playground and then now the dog park. The rest of the park pretty much maintained its symmetry on all sides, obviously except for the building as well. So, tree as great as it is causing a lot of issues with this particular project. And I just think there needs, I don't even feel good saying it, but I think there needs to be more work to figure out how to maintain or as much of the symmetry as possible, or not make this section stand out so much if you are unable to achieve that. And then thanks for previous testimony, the information on the benches. I think all of that was helpful. And so in those cases where there are some valuable historic elements to this park, I think those should also be as restored as much as possible. My thoughts.
Commissioner Mahan?
I think the loss of symmetry is too significant, and greater study needs to be done as to how to maintain at least some sense of that original symmetry. A lot of different ideas for how to do so have been discussed here in the question period or via testimony and so forth. So I won't, dictate how that is to happen. I would just say though that I would recommend it not happen by further altering the original plan, but rather that the changes as the applicant proposed be contained to this particular quadrant.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Certainly agree with the earlier comments. And I think one thing I might suggest is it looks to me like the hex pavers that now form the pathway that we've been talking about, they're clearly coming apart, that's for sure, but they seem to have a concrete curb edging. And I think that you could probably preserve that concrete curb edging without hurting the trees. And as the applicant's arborist suggested, maybe there is a way to maintain the path without having it to be paved with popping pavers, and kind of keep it as a pedestrian path, maybe with wood chips, maybe with some other, maybe that's not the ADA path. There's another ADA path next to it or something that gives you access. I think there are options here that would not be as significant in their changing of the overall both use pattern and kind of graphic of the park than what is proposed. And I certainly agree with the testimony about preserving the lampposts, and glad to hear that there aren't any coming out and that they're going to try to match them, and that if we must remove those benches to protect the paws, then I think we should try to relocate them somewhere in the park.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I think they did a great job in trying to keep the symmetry. They had to make adjustments, but the circulation is still the same, and the image is still the same. So I think they did a good job under these conditions.
I would add, or just my thinking, and I'm not sure we have enough consensus, but if you could document with staff that you were keeping as much of the existing material as possible, the benches, the light poles, that I'd just like to see something planted to give a remnant of that curved part of the path that had to be removed. Because I think from what you said, you could do that, and that would give some historic remnant of what was there. But I don't know if we have enough votes to support something to that effect. I think Commissioner Jefferson would. How do the other commissioners feel? What? Right. uh, Okay, so if you can work with staff and when you're ready, come back and hopefully we've given you enough to think about and respond to. Thank you.
All right, we're now going to move to the next item. It's public hearing item number 5, LPC 26-02391, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1982, Lot 61, 70 Downing Street in the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house designed by Babcock and Sturgis and built circa 1871, and the application is to construct a rear yard addition.
Coming back. Yeah. Yeah.
I already dropped one, but okay, you can proceed. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elliot Meyer, and I'm the architect at 70 Downing. And today we're going to be talking about a two-story extension on the rear of a historic Italianate townhouse in the Clinton Hill Historic District. Sorry, how do I advance the slide? Okay. So what we have here is a typical Italianate row house. The front facade is being restored under a separate application. And what we're here to talk about today is the two-story extension in the rear. This is the block plan. Our project is located here. And for reference, we see that 40% of the townhouses within the donut currently have an extension. And of those, 30% are brick. So from our vantage point here, the adjacent neighboring townhouses also have brick extensions. So here we have the section. We're going to be doing some window upgrades, insulation, some rooftop work, which is not visible and is not under consideration today. We're doing a little bit of preparation for the new slab here, but we're not doing any excavation, and so requiring no shoring or underpinning. So here we have the bulk of our work, which is outlined here in this purple color, as well as a stair that provides access to the rear yard and a new garden wall that's going to be replacing the fence. So in this project, we wanted to lean into historic means and methods for construction. So we're going to be using resawn heavy timber for the span, and then we're going to be using a true 3-white brick for the extension structure on the sides and the front. That is also going to be carrying into the stair and the garden wall as brick elements. So I think the massing is going to be the primary consideration today, but we wanted to demonstrate that this is our project here, 70, that the neighboring townhouses to the north that have extensions, basically mimicking their massing in terms of the second floor. We're not the deepest one by a foot, but essentially we're going to be lining up with their second floor. And then where they have a deck extending out, in this case 7 feet, we're doing a 6-foot extension that's going to be habitable space, but lining up with their extension. Here we have the elevation views. First of all, just to touch on the demolition, we're going to be opening up on the parlor level here to create access to the future space that's going to be in the second floor of the extension here. Sorry, first floor. And just because it might come up later, there's a stained glass window that's going to remain in place as an internal window for the bathroom. On the upper floors, we're going to be doing a straightforward window replacement. Here, we'll look at some pictures later on, but just so you can keep it in mind, we're going to be doing window replacements here, lowering the sills to provide doors to access to the terrace here. And then here we see a couple of partial elevations. So this is showing the existing facade, and then here's this significant window. There's going to be a little bit of brick restoration up on these upper levels, and then we're going to be doing a lime wash, which we'll see later. Existing conditions. This is the neighboring townhouse to the north for context. Currently does not have an extension. And then the building to the south, which is unoccupied and has been sort of abandoned for several years. So here we see in context. Think of note, we're going to be kind of maintaining the continuity of these upper floors and trying to tie into the neighborhood context there. And then, one thing is that we wanted to echo the historic two-door configuration or two-window that was present on the parlors in our two-window configuration here. So for some of the brick language, we're borrowing from some of the neighboring context. These images were taken within 2 blocks of our project and demonstrate some of the dentils and sort of decorative cornice work, as well as some of the open balustrades. So this slide is referencing the adjacent extensions. So we see that the primary material that we're observing from our vantage point is brick extension. These were all taken from our rooftop, and we can see of various heights and configurations the neighboring extensions. So here's our proposal, which involves lime washing the upper floor to kind of blend in with the adjacent properties. I think it's worth noting that this is a very densely planted block, and there are several established trees in our yard and the adjacent yards, which, although this rendering might feel a little bit silly, this is a little bit more true to the character of how one would observe our building. There's a lot of foliage cover. This is shown just for clarity. Here we see that we are going to propose a planter on the top of this terrace to help sort of soften and spill over the edge. We're proposing a open brick guardrail that transitions into a fence and spills out into the stair. We're choosing a light colored brick that we've seen in the neighborhood that feels like it's going to be providing something that feels a little bit lighter, kind of blends in with the existing stucco renovations of the neighboring facades. Here's a little bit of context for our garden wall, which this existing block currently does not have any brick garden walls, but these are all from Brooklyn Heights historic landmark projects. A little bit more inspiration for the garden wall. I think it's helpful to see these rather than our renderings because they demonstrate the sort of grown-in kind of romantic feeling that we're pursuing. And finally, this is our bird's eye view, which shows the planter on the second floor. There's a small iron guardrail that helps kind of tie into what some of the neighbors are doing on their terrace, as well as kind of lowering the overall height. And just to say again, none of this is visible from the public right-of-way. Short but sweet, hopefully, since I know we're running late on time. So this is just our addendum showing the rear yard as well as some plans in case there's any questions about those.
Commissioners, any questions? Does anyone in the room want to testify? Given that, I'll turn it over to Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Stephen Thompson and Elizabeth Lee. I guess it's just Stephen now, for any remote testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Once more, anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends denial, recommending that the bulk of the parlor floor be reduced, installing a privacy wall, distinguishing the extension from the original structure by revisiting the proposed materials, and keeping the mature tree in the rear. Society for Clinton Hill recommends reducing the depth of the proposed extension, removing the center bulge in the parlor floor balcony, and replacing the brick with an iron railing. And Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning recommends reducing the length of the extension, redesigning the staircase to minimize the protrusion, removing the brick railing for iron, and removing the central bulge for the parlor floor balcony.
Any response to those comments?
So we feel that the massing is in line with the neighboring extensions and conforming to the rules of the LPC. So we would like to proceed as designed if possible.
Okay. I have one question. Why are you dropping 2 windows on the floor to the terrace on the, I guess it's 3rd floor?
Okay. Yeah, there's 2 separate rooms. One comes from a bathroom and one comes from an office.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
I think it's the further extension of the lower level may not be in line with the others, but I also don't know if the block plan showed there was a deficiency of buildings with rear yard additions overall. There needs to be at least, more than 50% have some sort of rear addition. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Commissioner Mann, can you make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Wild, can you second it?
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Goldblum, can you start our discussion, please?
Sure, I think this is a totally lovely little application. I think that it's well within our norms in its volume. I think that the stepping of the lower level is, practically speaking, quite contextual in that many of the decks are shown to have a further extension on the basement level, and whether it's a covered porch or a volume, I don't see a whole lot of difference. It's rather modest by our standards, and it seems that the site plan supports an addition of this section as being relatively contextual. There is a number of a similarly scaled additions in this block, so I wouldn't characterize it as a virgin block that doesn't have this kind of intrusion. I think that the choice of the lime wash on the upper level is again totally appropriate and typical of this area. I too had shared Mark's concern about the double drop of the doors on the I guess that's the 2nd floor. But I think again, in the context of quite a bit more ambitious applications that we actually saw today, this is rather conservative and appropriate. Staff commented on the brick walls and the stair. It is a bit much, perhaps, but I don't think it crosses over into the territory of not appropriate. I think it's their choice, and I don't think that it's in and of itself an inappropriate one, even if it might be a bit heavy to my taste.
Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson.
I thought this was lovely when I saw it. Then I read the community board reports, and they were concerned about the materiality of the thing and the image of it. And then I thought, the rest of the donut has a simplified palette, and this one is a much more crafty palette. I mean, bricks. But if I had to say, if I can approve this, I think so. I think it has a kind of a romantic quality to it. It has a distinct feeling to it, and it fits in with it's typical that we've seen many times, except for the materiality and the craft.
Thank you. Commissioner Cumbe?
I agree with what's been said already. I don't have an issue with the massing of the rear yard. I think it's contextually, it aligns with what's already been presented to us. And also like to say, thank you for retaining the stained glass window in the bathroom.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, I'm okay with the massing. I think that's pretty typical, and it fits in this on this block. I'm fine with dropping the window sills on the second floor. Fine with the material choice. I think in terms of the brick fence and railing, I think it is different, but I think it works with the overall design. And if the design wasn't as cohesive, it probably would not work as much. But I don't think it causes too much trouble in this rear yard, and I think it looks pretty nice. So yeah, I can find it appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner Maher.
Agreed with my fellow commissioners. Appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Goldblum, can you read the motion?
Approval of
please?
the day. Regarding 70 Downing Street in the Clinton Hill Historic District, the application is to construct a rear yard addition. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard addition and deck will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the proposed addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and the top two floors will be preserved, thereby retaining the sense of the building's original scale and massing, and maintaining the building's relationship to others in the row, that the first floor of the addition will align with neighboring decks, and the second floor of the addition will align with the second floor of neighboring additions at other houses in the row. Therefore, the addition will not disrupt the continuity of the central green space, that the design and materiality of the rear yard addition featuring red brick cladding with punched openings and bronze-colored aluminum-clad wood windows will harmonize with the existing materials and character of the building and other buildings within the block, that the size and proportions of the window and door openings are well scaled to the building and relate to rear facades typically found within this historic district, that the stained glass window at the basement will remain in place and be integrated with the building interior, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or of the Clinton Hill Historic District.
Commissioner Jefferson, can you second it, please?
No second.
Mark, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 6 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. Right. That's approval. Now move to public hearing item number 6, LPC 26-05705, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1159, Lot 18, 254 Prospect Place in the Prospect Heights Historic District. This is a Romanesque revival-style row house designed by T.B. Langston and built circa 1892. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Open the hearing? Or just go ahead. He just needs to go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can begin.
Sorry? Thank you. Good evening. I'm Hormaz Batley Boy. I'm at Batley Boy Studio. We're here to present 254 Prospect Place on behalf of our clients, Amira and Nate Bliss. The project is a single-family home. It's a townhouse in the Prospect Heights Historic District. Apologies. The scope of work being proposed is it's an existing one family to remain a one family. There's a two-story rear addition in the backyard, a one-story rooftop vertical addition, work on the existing rear facade, which would involve enlarging one existing opening by dropping the sill to change it to a door, and cleaning off the existing stucco, repointing the original brick. There's associated interior work, mechanical, plumbing, structural, and electrical, and the project received near unanimous approval from Brooklyn CB8. Sorry, keep clicking the wrong thing. A couple of block aerial views with the context and showing the donut that the block is on. Our project is highlighted in red. Some additional context around the neighborhood in Prospect Heights. And then zooming in a little bit more to the immediate context, our project is the one in the middle, 254. On one side, you have 252, which is an atypically large four-story multifamily building. On the other side is 256, which has a previously approved rooftop addition and rear yard extension in the Landmark District. There's some additional photos there from the street. And then looking at the backyard, this is sort of a good way to show the different kind of conditions there. There's the taller four-story building on one side, and then on the other side is the rooftop addition at 256, and then the rear yard extension as well. So our building is in a little bit of an unusual or atypical context because it's got this sort of valley with a smaller extension on one side and a much larger building on the other side. There's some further views of the roof in the photo on the top. On the left is the addition at 256, and on the right is the taller multifamily building. That's the existing block plan. It shows sort of a range of different extensions and additions. More than half of the block have some type of addition. Our project is highlighted in red. The much taller building is on the left there. One thing that is unusual about this block or these blocks in Prospect Heights is that they're exceptionally deep. So our lot is 131 feet versus more standard 100-foot Brooklyn lot. And so as a result of that, in the proposed block plan, you'll see that even with an extension, not only do we meet the 30-foot rear yard extension, we actually are providing about another 18-foot 8 more than that. The proposed block plan shows the new extension with a rear yard deck and the one-story rooftop addition. 3D axon showing the existing on the left and the proposed on the right. So in the existing, there is a one-story extension that would be removed. And in the proposed, we would have a two-story rear yard extension that steps slightly out and up, sort of mitigating between the smaller extension of 256 and the much larger scale massing of 252. On the roof, there's a one-story addition. That one-story addition meets the front facade of the adjacent one at 256 and steps out a little further at the back. The zoning is in compliance, obviously. We show a building section here with the sight lines from the street. The rooftop addition is not visible from the street. This proposed skylight falls underneath the line of vision. And then the rear yard extension is shown in yellow over here. This is the existing sort of a section through the project. Here's the proposed kind of cutaway section through the project showing the two-story extension and then the one-story addition. And sorry, one thing to point out is also the dropped sill opening in the existing rear facade. These are the floor plans for the inside of the home. showing the basement, garden level. First floor plan, second floor plan with main bedroom suite and the roof of the extension. And then the third floor, the new one-story addition with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. That's the roof plan showing the fire department pathways required, the new skylight, and the proposed locations of condensers. North elevation along Prospect Place, showing the one-story addition matching the neighbor's addition, as well as the skylight. And then this is the south elevation, the rear backyard elevation, showing the 2-story extension, the 1-story addition, with some suggestion of materiality. The addition on the rooftop addition would be in a standing seam metal to match the neighbor's addition. B is the original red brick, where we're proposing to clean the existing stucco off and repoint. And then C is the new extension, which would be in masonry, so it would be in brick, similar material, but in a different color, as well as in a different, in the stacked bond rather than running bond, to be a little distinctive from the original brick. Those are photos of the roof and the backyard showing the bounding box of the extents of the proposal. This is a view further down the donut in the block, so you can see that we have this really atypical condition here because there's a very large building that interrupts the line of townhouses along the back. And then we did a mock-up working with Landmark's staff. There's various elements of the mock-up that are color-coded in here, indicating all of the different elements of the proposal. The one to really call attention to is the proposed chimney, the one in orange. That is the only one that is currently visible from the street and would continue to be visible from the street. So the portion of the chimney that is currently visible would still be visible. We would have to reroute the flue below it through the house differently. And then you can see at the bottom is the photos before and after the mock-up that was done. And then one more photo of the mock-up, again from the street, showing that the rear addition is not visible. Sorry, that the rooftop addition is not visible. And then lastly, looking from further down the block, again, because of the atypical condition of that taller building, it's not visible from the other side of the block.
Any questions, commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Jefferson.
On page 14, you have the floor cantilevering without columns. How is that done?
Oh, I'm sorry. You mean this?
Yeah.
Sorry, no, that would have a column there. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a deck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Given that there's no one in the room, I presume there's no one here to testify. So I will turn it over to our Director of Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Stephen Thompson, to see if we have any remote testimony.
Anyone joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The work at 254 Prospect Place has 2 elements, a rooftop addition and a rear yard addition. We find the proposed rooftop addition to be acceptable as it will not be visible above the main facade. However, the drawings show HVAC units will be installed on the addition's flat roof. If DOB requires railings on that flat roof, they will be visible from the street. This must be determined before any votes are taken. The rear facade has significant problems. It won't be visible from any public way, but will be to its neighbors within the block. This addition would be inappropriate to the character of the regulated rear facades on the interior of the block, for of course the Commission regulates all exterior facades. The buildings in this row, including 254, are small buildings which have retained their original simplicity and unified character. The proposed design for 254 will lose that simplicity and unity. The new four-story facade would include 3 different cladding materials: gray brick, red brick, and standing seam metal. It would have 3 different window styles: single-pane folding doors on the ground and parlor floors, historic 1/1 double-hung windows on the second floor, and tall, narrow, single-light windows on the third floor. This is confusion. It will detract from not only this building, but the overall character of this block. The number of materials on the rear facade should be reduced by replacing the proposed gray brick cladding on the lower 2 floors with red brick matching the historic cladding. The window openings on the third floor addition should match the size of the historic window openings on the second floor. The new openings on the third floor should have 1/1 double-hung sash. The drawings also show a window converted to a door leading to a rear deck on the second floor. Removal of original masonry should be limited to that below the window. The opening should not be widened. Finally, the proposed third floor addition is set back 2 foot 7 inches from the rear facade instead of the typical 3 foot 0 inches. The VSNY would normally be opposed to this, but at a building with such a small footprint, we find this acceptable. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker will be Giv Viccioni.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gib Voconi, and I am the chair of the Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Council. The Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Council led the designation of the Prospect Heights Historic District in 2009. We find that the proposed rear yard addition is contextual with the buildings on either side of 254 Prospect Place, and the rooftop addition will not be visible from the public thoroughfare. As such, we have no objections to this application. As the previous person testifying mentioned, there is a earlier version of this application that showed a rail at the roof line of the front facade of the rooftop addition, which would be visible from the street. We believe that this would be a concern, and we're glad to see that it's not in this application. However, we would appreciate LPC working with DOB to address this for consistency's sake, as there are 2 other rooftop additions on that block that were approved after designation, similar in height and setback to the one at 254 Prospect Place, where rooftop rails were not required. We don't believe these applicants should be subject to installing a rooftop rail on this rooftop addition either. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Would anyone else joining via Zoom wish to speak? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, I'll note that Brooklyn Community Board 8 recommends approval, and LPC also received written testimony from Historic Districts Council recommending simplifying the material palette and reducing the rear yard extension.
Do you have any response to the comments?
Yes. So just to clarify on a couple of things, on the railing, we actually have been through an initial round of DOB review, and just to confirm that they would not be requiring the railing. I think that was the first person's sort of concern. As far as the setback from, or the rear extension, sorry, we did look at sort of a different approach initially. We have scaled it back, actually. And our thinking here is that the proposal is sort of a middle ground between a much larger building on one side and a smaller extension on the other side. As far as the materiality and the window types go, I think we're definitely open to working with staff in resolving that. Our initial thought was that having the extension be masonry, but a different type of masonry and sort of deployed in a different way was a good sort of counterpoint to the original existing facade.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum has a question.
What's the little black box over the doors on the parlor level?
The one in the middle there?
Yeah.
So part of why we have a parapet wall here is also because there is a kitchen exhaust gooseneck on the roof that is then exhausting at that window.
That's a kitchen
That's the roof.
exhaust.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson, can you close the meeting, please?
So moved.
Motion. Commissioner Kembe, can you second it?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Wilder, can you start our discussion, please?
Sure. I think overall, I think most of the design decisions on the roof extension and addition are appropriate. I do think that the rooftop addition should probably be set back a few feet, maybe to match the line at 256. I think the material of that addition is okay. Obviously would probably need to relocate some of the HVAC, but I don't think you need to push it forward so that it's visible. That modification also, as pointed out, I think that exhaust does seem awkward, and I wonder happen if you were to lower the parapets to just draw less attention to this rear yard extension. But besides that, in terms of massing, how far it extends out, I think that is appropriate. I think lowering the sill at the door on the second floor is also appropriate. Overall, I find it appropriate.
When you say lower the parapet to meet the building code height, you'd have a metal railing?
Yes, in place, yes.
Commissioner Mahan?
I agree with Commissioner Wilder's comments. I find this appropriate with the suggestions he had working with staff.
Commissioner Goldblum?
I generally agree that I do think that the rooftop addition should be set back to align with the one. Comments I agree with.
Commissioner Jefferson?
The rooftop addition is acceptable. I think it only has to be moved back 3 feet. That's the standard. The materials on the rear facade should be reviewed, simplified, and everything else is okay.
Commissioner Kembe?
I agree with what's been stated by the other commissioners.
Commissioner Wilder, can you read the motion, please?
Matter of LPC -26-05705, 254 Prospect Place, Prospect Heights Historic District, a Romanesque Revival style row house designed by T.B. Langston and built circa 1892. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the proposed work will not alter or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rear yard and rooftop additions will not be visible from public thoroughfares, that the rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and the rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, thereby maintaining a sense of building's original massing, that this block features atypically deep rear yards, and the building is located at the end of the row next to a larger flats building. Therefore, the presence of an addition that projects modestly beyond the others in the row will not diminish the row or the central green space, that the design and materiality of the rear yard addition, featuring simple massing, gray brick cladding, metal assemblies and a metal deck. Stair and railings will harmonize with the materials palette of other rear yard additions on the block and will maintain a residential scale. And that the proposed rooftop addition featuring standing seam metal cladding and punched openings will be in keeping with the materiality and other rooftop additions found throughout the historic district. However, I find that the solid parapet at the rear yard addition and modest setback of the rooftop addition from the rear facade increases the prominence of the new massing of the building. Therefore, I recommend that the parapet at the rear yard addition be changed to a metal picket railing and that the rooftop addition be set back a minimum 3 feet from the rear facade.
Commissioner Mann, can you second that?
So second.
Mark, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 6 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Right, it's approved with modifications. Please continue to work with staff. We'll do one more item before ending the day, but before we do, I need to read one item that we won't get to into the record. That was public hearing item number 8, LPC 26-06389, 195 Maple Street. Again, we're reading that into the record today, not being presented. However, we will ask to see if anyone in the hearing room today wishes to testify in this item, even though we are not presenting it today. Seeing that there's no one, I'll ask Stephen Thompson to see if anyone's on Zoom for that item.
If anyone joining via Zoom wishes to testify on this item, please raise your hand. Otherwise, you'll be welcome to testify at the rescheduled hearing, public meeting. All right, I see no hands.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll see that again at an upcoming hearing and meeting date. All right, so last item we'll look at today, public hearing item number 7, LPC 25-08077, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 5096, lot 1, 83 Marlborough Road in the Prospect Park South Historic District. This is a classical revival style synagogue building designed by Simon Eisendrath of Eisendrath and Horwitz and built in 1913. The application is to construct a barrier-free access ramp and entrance vestibule with canopy.
Okay, Commissioners, the applicant has entered the hearing via Zoom. Christian, you now have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Thank you. My name's Christian Collis and I'm with Brower, Hauptman and Larkin Architects. Also on the call, we have Mike Hauptman, the founder of Brower, Hauptman, Larkin, as well as Eric Platt and Nancy Frost representing Bisheret Synagogue. So just from a general high-level view, today we'd like to understand the existing conditions and the problems we're trying to address. We'd like to discuss the temple's goals for these renovations and share how we will meet those goals, and then present the image of the new accessible entry. So for context, this building is located at the corner of Marlborough Road and Church Ave. It is a corner lot with a rounded front facade that faces the corner, which is the main sanctuary building, and then a south building with an alleyway separating them, which is the school building. Here you can see the view of the existing building from the corner with its kind of rounded face. You can see an entrance into the sanctuary space at the corner with about 7 steps up. And then off on the far right-hand side of the page, you can begin to see the alleyway where we're proposing our addition. In between that entry and the alleyway, there is an existing areaway behind the manicured bush. And here is an historic photo from a similar angle of this building. And moving south down the street, you can see the bush with the existing areaway, as well as a door into for egress. Moving along, another image of the areaway and the railing surrounding it. Looking into the alleyway where we're proposing our new barrier-free entry, you can see an existing metal ramp and concrete steps up to a wood door. Previously in this alleyway, there was a sidewalk light that has since been covered over and is also in need of some remediation. Looking into the alleyway, you can begin to see on the left side of the page stained glass window, and on the right side of the page, kind of the corner condition where our new barrier-free entry would terminate. Looking a little bit more at the stained glass window and the existing wood entryway door with light above. This is below that sidewalk entry in the alleyway. You can see the existing sidewalk lights above, kind of spalling and in disrepair due to water ingress. We'd like to remediate this condition and encapsulate them with our new entry in order to move water away from this area and shore up the structure. So the goals of our renovation is to improve the accessibility from the exterior to the main floor. We're doing some work on the interior that we're not addressing at this meeting, but we're adding elevator access and ADA access to the BEMA. We'd like to improve the safety and security of this building, fix structural issues at the entry sidewalk, as well as clearly define where to enter the building. As you saw from the picture on the corner, there's grand doors at the corner that aren't where you enter this building on a daily basis. They only use about 5% of the time during the high holidays. And then in the interior, we'd like to enable the sanctuary to be multifunctional and overall preserve the building's historic character. So our design, as you can see here, would occupy that alley in between the two main buildings. We've pulled out the concrete steps all the way to the front, which allows us to create a ramp that would access that area and get us access to the main level of the floor. If we explored trying to put a ramp in the alleyway as the existing temporary one is, but if you try to get the proper accessible width of a ramp, you end up reducing the egress width and you kind of create a fire code issue. Our ramp has two switchbacks, and this was to avoid the existing areaway as well as also to align with some of the existing geometry on the front facade. Zooming in on this, you can see the steps on the right-hand side pulled out front and our double switchback stopping just short of the existing areaway and bush. We have proper ADA turning circles at all the landings. And an elevation of this, what we've done is we've kind of mimicked the existing geometry of the railings around the areaway and tried to infill them with as light a material as possible, which we chose to be aircraft cable. This allows us to create a safe pathway while having minimal visual noise and kind of fading away into the background, so this new ramp does not have a large visual impact on the historic character of the building. The ramp will have a brick face to kind of match the existing building with a concrete walking surface, which mimics the foundation of the building as it currently is. In the background, you can see our new glass canopy, which we are creating to allow for proper clearances between double doors upon entry. Presently, there's not the required 7 feet between double doors, which would restrict someone in a wheelchair from accessing the building. We are pulling new signage onto the glass above the doors. This would be a vinyl application with their new logo and lettering. And then we also be including the street number as the existing light above the old wooden door currently has. Here you can see a section through this area with our new overbuilt walkway, steps, and ramp in the background. Here you can also see we're being very careful to align our new canopy and vestibule with the existing stained glass window so that it crosses the area where the window is at a mullion, so it would not have any impact on the window itself. Giving you a vision of what this would look like, you can see our ramp over on the right-hand side with brick face and concrete walkway, stopping just short of the areaway with the existing vegetation remaining. Looking kind of down the alleyway, you can see our new steps up, the new canopy over the vestibule, with some signage as well to delineate this is where to enter the building. From from a kind of axon view to give you an idea of how this new vestibule interacts with the stained glass window. You can see it's coming across at a mullion. It will not actually be touching the existing stained glass. It will just kind of carry across the brick face, which will also kind of provide some cover of the lower part of that stained glass from the elements. There won't be any flashing kind of connecting this canopy to the window itself, just to the brick. And that's kind of our quick version here to keep things moving along.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Goldblum?
So I'm sorry if I missed it. Explain to me why you couldn't put a good chunk of your new ramp in the alley.
Sure. That alleyway, if the existing ramp that you saw there in some of these earlier pictures is actually not the proper width for ADA. So if we were to put an ADA ramp in that alleyway, it would restrict the walking path to the left side of it. And you wouldn't have enough width to properly exit the building. I think it would become less than 3 feet on the left-hand side. And if we had a proper ramp with clearances on the right-hand side, it just wouldn't be enough space.
And you couldn't do the whole width of the alley as a ramp?
The whole width of the alley as a ramp kind of creates a runaway condition for somebody in a wheelchair, where it's just this giant ramp right down to the street. We felt it was safer to kind of extend the walkway out to the street and create a couple of places for someone to rest and turn their wheelchair around.
Okay. And what's the reason for the depth of the new vestibule?
The depth of the new vestibule is needed in order to create the ADA required distance between double doors for entry. The existing vestibule, I think, is something like 5 feet between double doors. By pulling the front door out farther and closer to the stained glass window, we're able to get 7+ feet of vestibule.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have a plan of this area to help elucidate the question that was just being asked? Shows the interior.
You're able to see it here. The existing door is here, and there is another existing door here. So it's less than 5 feet. We're also dealing with an existing window on this side. So if we were to take this door, the new front of the vestibule, and pull it back, there'd be another window that we're interrupting. If we pulled it any further forward, we'd be interrupting a stained glass window, which we don't want to do.
I have another question. Thank you for explaining the plan. The vestibule condition, I have to say, is a bit unusual. Sort of a, I guess it's, yeah, in the section you can see it clearly. It's all certainly technically indoor space, but the issues of thermal bridging and water infiltration and detailing look very complicated, at least to me. Typically, the exterior weather enclosure at the sort of inside termination of the canopy, not terminating into the canopy with a kind of skylight condition beyond that, including a gutter. Are you confident in your ability to detail this and get it past energy code and that kind of stuff?
I believe so, yes. Another reason that we wanted to maintain the kind of lightness of the structure was to make sure that as much light as we could got down to this existing stained glass window, so you can still appreciate it from the interior, which was why we chose this particular canopy design.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing that there's no one in the room, I'll turn it over to Director of Intergovernmental and Community Affairs, Stephen Thompson, to see if we have any remote testimony.
Anyone joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Don't know why I'm not visible. Anyway, the Victorian Society can support the proposed removal of the temporary ramp set in the recessed side court, the extension of the vestibule, the new signage above the vestibule doors, and the construction of the new entrance ramp and stairs. The removals will not destroy any significant historic material. The new doors and signage are well scaled and will not call undue attention to themselves. And the brick-clad ramp and black powder-coated railings are appropriate in terms of proportions, materials, finish, and details. However, the presentation lacks some important information. The drawings state that the color of the new signage above the vestibule doors is to be determined. The drawings don't state if this new signage will be a flat metal panel, raised letters, or electrified. And the finish on the vestibule framing isn't given. All of this should be provided before a permit is issued. Finally, the large photograph of the existing conditions of the front facade shows 4 blue and white fabric banners, including a pair flanking the main entrance, a horizontal banner on the Church Street side of the front facade, a similar horizontal banner above the proposed location of the new ramp, an orange and white sign secured to the railing on the Church Avenue side, and metal letters spelling out the Minnie Burke Religious School fixed to the facade above the location of the proposed ramp. None of these signs appear in the renderings. Are these signs to remain? Will additional signage be needed? We strongly recommend creation of a signage master plan. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else joining via Zoom who wishes to speak, please raise your hand. And I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 14 recommends approval.
Thank you. Do you have any response to the comments?
Yes, regarding the signage, it is proposed to be vinyl lettering applied to the glass. Regarding the banner signage, we're not really addressing that in our proposal, but the synagogue will work with the commission to kind of rectifying any issues that may exist with those banners.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson, can you move to close the hearing? Commissioner Goldblum, can you second it?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Commissioner Cumbay, can you start our discussion?
Yes. Yes, pretty much we're trying to get ADA access into an existing building. I believe using the area of the alleyway is a good place to begin. As was alluded to before, it would have been nice if the ramp could have been nestled in that alleyway, but because of space constraints, I understand what was done. And with that being so, we have a kind of a snaking effect coming up the side of the building. It tries to be as discreet as possible, which I appreciate, especially with the simplified railings. I guess overall, I can find it appropriate. I guess being able to provide this type of access is required, or well, maybe not in this instance, but if it is a want, and especially for the inhabitants of the building, it should definitely. As for the canopy, it does seem a bit odd, especially with it stretching over next to the window. I'm not sure what that detail looks like. I'd like that to be further studied, and pretty much how water gets off of that canopy. I see there's a gutter at the back, so that would mean it's sloping at the mullion of the window, if that's the intent. So I would like to see more detailing.
So that could be working with staff.
I agree, yes.
Yeah. Commissioner Wilder?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the applicant did a good job based on the constraints that they were dealing with to address their ADA issues. I can see why the approach of having the ramp in the alleyway wouldn't work, because of the length, and I think once you extended that vestibule, it probably definitely wasn't going to work. So I think I can find those moves appropriate. I guess for evil, we can call it. And I do think that they need to work with staff if they're going to have this canopy on the detailing of it. It does seem problematic in some areas.
Thank you, Commissioner Mahan.
You know, this is certainly the right place for this intervention. You know, primary view of the building, perhaps. Maybe that makes this acceptable. That being said, I don't think it's the most elegant solution that the applicant could come up with. For example, I might propose that the entire width of the little alleyway is indeed a ramp. One can egress on an accessible ramp and egress down until you reach the edge of the drum, at which point you would have a landing. Now, you know, navigated about half of the grade change that you need, and you could probably do the remaining version of the ramp that you have there off to the left in this image, but you'd only need 1 or 2 switchbacks, and then stairs, you know, more or less as they are. With regards to the vestibule, I might suggest, if I were to be so bold, that you keep the doors where they are. Maybe they could be on actuators, and that would get you out of the clearance issue. I understand that you do need 3 feet between the. I'm not confident that the outer glass wall and glass canopy will turn out the way that they are drawn once they are engineered. That canopy needs some pretty hefty steel to cantilever. That's not illustrated. That glass wall needs some pretty hefty mullions to stand up and presumably support the canopy. There are not illustrated, and I fear, you know, once this gets developed further, it would, you know, just have to come back to us, or, you know, a new proposal would end up being made. So I suppose I may have talked myself out of being able to support this as I kind of thought through it. But I really do think, you know, a more elegant, less invasive, probably less costly solution, you know, could be arrived at here.
Commissioner Goldblum.
I'm with Frank. I agree 1,000% with his proposed solution. I think if you're worried about runaway wheelchairs, you could put an intermediate railing in that stair. That would kind of catch you before you hit. And yeah, I mean, I've in my limited research on handicapped accessibility matters, this kind of double switchback stair isn't particularly preferred by folks with disabilities. It's kind of a hassle, and by making it rather tortured, you tend to diminish its usability. People tend to, you know, people who might pick using it versus using something else, you know, if they're on crutches or whatever, you know, they might choose to not opt for it because it feels torturous. So, I mean, you know, that's not a landmarks related comment, but I think that from a landmarks perspective, just having this much hardware in front of the building is, if it's not, you know, necessary, should be examined to be reduced. I would express a concern about cable railings in front of public buildings. You know, get a couple of kids to bounce on those, and it's going to look like hell in about 5 minutes. They don't hold up, those cable rails. They're constantly in need of maintenance, and then they look. So you might want to work with staff on a similar aesthetic that is not so dependent on maintenance. And in terms of the canopy, I mean, it seems like the simplest thing to do would be to put the canopy up at the roof level and then scupper it into the roof. And then you don't have any of the problems that were talked about. You know, leave the doors where they are, make a small vestibule. Now all of a sudden you're not, you know, snaking around the this stained glass window. I think there might be simpler solutions that would give you the coverage that you want and don't pose the technical problems that Frank raised.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree with the two comments from my fellow commissioners, but I want to add one more. All that concrete, if that was made out of brick, if that surface was brick and looked like a base, it would connect better to the existing building. The building is a very strong masonry building, and if the path was made out of brick the same color, it would hold together better. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. I'm going to make one additional comment that if the entrance was a slope of 1 and 20 instead of 1 and 12, you wouldn't need handrails. That would probably get you down enough so you only needed one switchback and the ramp would enter next to the stairs, which would be better from an accessibility perspective. Given that we don't have the votes to approve this today, we will we'll take no action and encourage you to work to develop this based on comments you received today. And when you're ready, we'll review it again. Thank you. And with that, that concludes our public hearing and public meeting for March 24th, 2026. Thank you all for your participation, and we will see everybody in 2 weeks on Tuesday, what is it, April 7th, at our next public hearing and public meeting. Thank you.